All right, so we're on day 5 of our Vibe Coding Until Financially Free series. I wanted to talk a little bit about in the beginning here, like why are we doing this? What's sort of the plan going forward? I feel like at the beginning, when I first started doing this, I just wanted to make cool things. I wanted to like make games and have a little fun building. I've always been someone that kind of enjoyed that aspect of programming. In a sense, it's very much changed these days, right? It's much easier to prototype, much easier to build quickly as one individual. And this extends not only to programming, but the creative industry in general. When you're talking about making films, animation, this is all a budding industry where we're having potentially a very small group of people, or just even one person building something pretty substantial and interesting. So I want to talk a little bit about what exactly the goal is here. I am totally and utterly committing to this, and I'm spacing out a lot of time to do this because I think it's going to be something I think I really enjoy, and um, I think the YouTube part of it is a fundamental part of it, and I'll explain why in a moment. But the idea here is we're going to spend the first probably I'm going to be very conservative. Hey, the Keno, maybe 6 months to a year, focusing on the financial independence part. And I think the general idea is to try to achieve maybe 50K after taxes and expenses, and that'll be the first part of the channel. But after we achieve that, we're going to switch over to what I what I wanted to, and you'll see, the streams at the beginning of the channel are like we're building games. I have so much fun doing that. We'll maybe segment a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, 400. Definitely, we're still super early stage, but whether people are viewing or not, I think ideally the if we grow the channel, this goal will be a little bit easier because I've noticed YouTube tends to market whatever I'm building to the people who like it. So, for example, right now we're building a finance product, right? I've noticed people are joining that are interested in investing, and so this might be a flywheel a little bit, right? Not to use some jargon, but YouTube. Plus, we're going to have other marketing strategies. We're not just going to depend on it. Sort of, it's a bonus, but YouTube might accelerate this path, right? But with this, we're also going to do uh, our marketing strategies that we come up with to to try to sell things that are interesting. And then once we achieve that, then we pivot over to the above, building. And this is another aspect of like YouTube is going to help this because if we build games, and eventually, VR worlds, all sorts of interesting things, robotics, um, all sorts of interesting things in the pipeline. Once those start to take off, we can build a community of people that might accelerate the process of building these very intensive things. So, like games is a perfect example. Like for one person, even with AI, to build a full-fledged entertaining game, it's going to take you probably a year or two at least. Um, and with a group of people that can join together, someone that's joined either maybe via YouTube, something we're building resonates with them, then that audience will also create a nice flywheel there, I suppose. So that's kind of the idea. But yeah, I think for the first part of this stream, there are some YouTube tools that I want to build, and I'm going to make public. It's going to be open sourced, so anyone can use them. The idea why we're going to open source it is just to for any future creators, like I want it to be as like minimize the cost because I've noticed all the tools for creating reels or getting channel chapters or YouTube chapters on videos, all of these creator tools. I want people to just be able to do it. Like, and because that's what I'm looking for. I looked for it today. I couldn't find it, anything that was like reasonably priced. So we're going to go ahead and build it and allow people to enter their own API keys. I'm going to put it on this domain lazy.ai, but at the start, I'm just going to deploy it probably. Well, I'll just open source it. We probably won't worry about deploying it at the moment, but um, we're going to deploy, and it's going to have, yeah. If anyone else is watching this and wants to create their own, maybe they're doing YouTube or they want to create TikTok or something. We're going to have channel video chapters. We already built this yesterday. So you basically plug in a link. You get if you notice on some of my videos, we have now it's not automated yet. I still have to click it, but we'll automate it. So it'll get your video, put in the link, get your video, and then it'll update the description. You have to attach your account. Maybe we'll just leave it manual for now. But once we get everything together, maybe we can automate it a little bit so they don't even have to change the description themselves, depending on what the YouTube API allows us to do. But the next thing is the creating reels, basically just shorts from long YouTube videos. It's going to cost money no matter what, because you do have to use Gemini or some sort of LLM to grab the most relevant details, but we're just going to allow people to enter their API key, so that way it's very cheap. And again, open source. So, and I think we'll just start with those two things today, but there are some other things to do. We'll just create a bunch of tools as we go, and maybe designate just a little bit of time for that. Because like I said, I think the YouTube part is a very find, and maybe the other algorithms, right? On TikTok, etc. Could find people interested in building these very large projects. I'm just going to note here, channel evolves into very large that one person would have difficulty doing in a reasonable time frame, even with AI. Because even if you have AI, right, you still need to think through every components of even if you assume AI gets way better, you still need someone to think through the product of what exactly you're building. Um, that's a part that, there's, in a way, we're just programming on a very high level abstraction, but we still have to have someone that really puts in the hours, build it, you know, even if it does get better. So, so this is going to include building this part, this first part, but it's also going to be marketing, competitor analysis, finding some sort of niche that we're starting here with our financial feed, which I'm optimistic about. But we'll see. Once we actually get to marketing, and we'll try to deploy it today by the end of today, so people can check it out. Um, we'll see. Where we start to run into difficulties. But I'm being very conservative with the estimations. Cool. So I think that makes sense. So I'm going to start today with these two things. Actually, specifically this one, because we already have the video chapters as a manual tool. But I will just push this one and make it public, because right now it's not. Cool. Hope that makes sense. Let me look. Play a little music. So I'm gonna create a new project here. Right now we put some of our YouTube stuff, the tools, in the Tidefall Discord. We're just gonna move that to a new project just so all the future tools we have. We'll call it lazy.ai. Yes, testing my, please give me, also I'm gonna make one little change to the chat, because I notice it disappears pretty quickly on the screen. I'll just change that real quick. Make it like double the time. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do, Whisper Flow was down yesterday. Let's see if it's up now. Hopefully it should be. Hey Babao, how's it going? Cool, I think I'm logged in. Test. Nice. Let me check the comments here, make sure I didn't miss anything while I was talking. Oh, Babao, are you Paul? Yeah, cool you are. If you don't mind, I'm gonna test it a little bit later in the stream. Well, sure, I'll test it now, just quickly. Well, looks pretty good. Let's see here. Use your stack. Cool, makes sense. Ready, create an account here. Yeah, sign in looks good. Yeah, 5 free credits, that makes sense, I think. Would you have like maybe like a oh yeah, it looks like you already have an Explorer. You can see other people's ideas. Oh, nice, I logged in here. Yeah, looks good, man. You got everything up here. Intermediate. Go advanced. Yeah, let's make a game. React. That's kind of fun. It'd give you like an idea every day or something. Now you can make it an app too, like a notification. Like here's a new idea based on your interests. What kind of? Because I have like some ideas, right? But I can maybe riff on some of those ideas. Send me some notifs. That'd be kind of cool. I like how Duolingo just like assaults your phone, but it'd be actually things you care about. No combat. Cool. Yeah, it'd be cool if I could put like a little bit, maybe like some other categories too, to try to get like, for example, right? One thing I'm interested in is the that idea of like tracking the eyes in a game, in a VR game, like where you're looking, in a horror game specifically. So if I get a bunch of ideas to kind of riff off that, something like this, maybe that could be cool. But overall, pretty cool. I like it. I think it could be a great tool to get some riffing. That makes sense. Yeah, for the Google Auth, you could do Firebase like I'm doing here. If you have any questions, right? Let's see what we're doing here. I'm gonna check real quick what I remember. We need to figure out where we left off. Right, I think we were fixing a bug with the charts where it said the current day's charts were the last day's charts. So, but I'm gonna work on this a new thing first. So I'm gonna clear this. So take a look in Nightfall bot, or it's Discord bot. Oh, I know why. It's because we gotta change our folder that we're in. Look in our bot. So we currently have some logic for the YouTube. Wait, where did we, sorry. Where did we put the other script? We had two. To make sure, oh, it's this one. Okay, we need to move that one too. Yes. All right, so these two tools have some YouTube logic. We're gonna move this to a new project. It's called lazy.ai. This is going to be a project that's going to be filled with tools that creators can use. So you can make a landing page. This is going to be should we make it a Next.js project? Makes it very easy to run. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't think... The only reason we would not want to is if maybe some of the... well, the scripts we made are already in... we already built Python, so let's just go ahead and... We're going to go ahead and just have backend that's Python, Python Flask, and then the front end we'll just use React. Oh, TypeScript. Plus Tailwind. Yeah. I'll just use Next.js, it's fine. Use I did miss some of your messages. I may add new. Cool, sounds good. Otherwise, say all the money I earn. Cool. Sounds good, man. Yeah, I think it's fine. We'll do this. Go ahead and just bring the scripts over. You can delete them in the, make sure leave space for the same environment variables. We're just going to copy that file over. So it's going to be the same Discord bot and everything. So it's going to be also called the Tidefall bot. Create a front end for both of these tools. So both of these tools should be in the front end, and we're going to create a third section that's going to clip out shorts. So you can just say for now, TBD, we're going to implement this, but it's going to be taking in a long video that you upload, and it's going to be taking in a, we'll just put TBD for now. We'll plan after. Cool, do it, man. Yeah, we'll all code together. Fun. Oh, I'm gonna stop it. Because we already have, the project's called lzy.ai. It's already a directory. I was pretty happy I got that domain. I think it's cool. Because the idea behind the domain is like, it's lazy.ai, and you're so lazy you can't even type the full word. I think it's funny. Yeah, let me know the kind of like, have you had good experiences with setting up system prompts and everything? What do you use it for? Maybe I should start doing it. I always say that and I do it. I don't really see much improvement, so then next time I just don't do it. I remember we did it on our game a while back. I just didn't really see any difference. Granted, with cloud, it can be cloud code. It can be good to add it because otherwise it exposes your environment variables and stuff. But I guess it doesn't matter if you're not streaming. Yeah, student life. Being a student's almost more work than, I guess it depends where you work, but I think I read online that Germany has pretty hard schools, pretty rigorous, right? There's a lot of party colleges in the U.S. I don't think they have that there. It's not really part of the culture. Front end and cloud. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely think the design, Gemini 3 design has been pretty good. Someone said something kind of fun yesterday. I guess we can do as well. We kind of have an idea for the front end. So let's just go ahead and draw it, nano banana and cloud, just to test that. We've already done the nano banana to cloud. Just kind of drawing something might be interesting. If we have a general idea, what we're thinking. I kind of understand like what I want. I'll show you guys the current site. So we changed it at the end of the day yesterday. So I don't like this one. Well, we'll just do it when I get to it, but I want it to be like a carousel with good questions. Let me pull up Yipit. This one. Something like this. And then you can quickly jump into it. That's the idea. I'm not a designer, so simple drawing. make this a Git repo quick. So I'll make this public. So y'all can look at it. So I'm creating a new repo here. Just went to the, and since you already have some stuff, this. I think I didn't do a git init. Status. Oh, it's the other one. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So we got the repo up. We just committed some simple stuff, but probably reorganize this a little bit. Hey Zulu, how's it going? We're working on a little open source project for the next probably hour or two. It's gonna have a bunch of tools for creators on YouTube. We already made one, but we're going to make another. And the idea is that it will be very cheap because I could not find anything that was cheap. So this is just altruistic. Like they just put in their own API keys. Like we're not even going to charge or anything. Yeah, I have some video ideas that I'm going to start making. Yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to make one that's like talking about what you miss when you do this, like, because there's a lot of people that wonder, like, okay, are you actually, if you're doing this vibe coding thing, name vibe coding, you know, war and skepticism, right? Someone sees that term, they're like, but it's gonna be a video that's gonna be like, I'm not even sure what the title would be, but it'd just be explaining what you're missing when you do this, like what knowledge do you miss, but what are you doing? And it's kind of like, the way I think about it is it's like when you're doing a software engineering like interview or something, or you're talking to a colleague or whatever, you give pseudocode, right? You do like if this, that, when you're explaining how something will work. When you're so an example, like if this happens, we do this, and then you have some for or something. So what you're doing there when you're just sort of writing out this pseudocode, which isn't actually compilable, or through, you just say like through something, some collection or something, is you're abstracting out the language details. So you create this little algorithm for other people to understand. Everyone knows like, hey, you can just quickly turn that into real programming language. But what we're doing now is the same thing, right? But I would call it fuzzy pseudocode. Like before you would write this, now you do fuzzy pseudocode where you say, I have my general objective, and you talk about a similar thing, right? If this, then that. You also give some objectives, but it fills in the details. You are kind of programming. I mean, when you're doing this LLM process, kind of in a similar way as a, you know, investment analysts, like IB investment analysts, when they're working with Excel, they're kind of programming. A lawyer is kind of programming, like when they're writing a contract. It's a very similar mechanic where you're explaining a flow of logic, right? And it's like, that's what you are learning. You are kind of learning the basics of programming, but you are missing some things. Anyway, that's the general idea for the video, but so I kind of got sidetracked a little bit. I'm still thinking through. Yeah, no problem, Zulu. But yeah, some ideas. I think it could help with like the YouTube thing. Like if we get some more people, it'll help. Also, if anyone joined later, I kind of, if you guys are interested, I talked about in the beginning of this stream what we're kind of doing with this channel. So if you guys are interested to see that, you can rewind. Okay, so we're going to escape because it made a bunch of files. Okay, continue to make the front end for what you've made here. Please note that we've changed the structure, so we're not going to have a backend folder. So, dude, how's it going? I'll quickly plug in the environment stuff while we wait. Also, I mentioned this in Discord, but we're changing the stream to be in the mornings. You guys could let me know if that makes sense to you for where you guys are. But it'd be like, for me, the morning. So it'd be like 7 to 9, somewhere in there. Well, we worked on 6 apps total, but Right now we're focusing on 2. For the next few hours, I'm going to work on this more altruistic thing. Well, it's for me, so it's not really altruistic. But I'm going to open source it for anyone who wants it. But it's just a tool to for creators to make reels from long videos, make shorts, and it's also going to create YouTube chapters and do a few different things. And people can just plug in their API key, so it'll be totally free, open source, because everything out there is really expensive. Couldn't find anything online for it. Sorry. Yeah, the canoes. Yeah, these streams are definitely not good for the Europeans. Okay. Are you using WordPress? It's kind of hard, right, to code on WordPress. I know they have an option to put in code, but can you change everything that you want to? Like there's some section, right, where you can put in custom code. It's been a while since I used WordPress. Okay, so we created a front end. Let's go ahead and run it, test it out. I'm gonna go ahead and make a git ignore. Can you just make a git ignore so I accidentally commit anything? Very important, guys. Do not commit your keys. Oh, FileZilla. Oh man, I used that long ago. Forgot about that. I used to use that for my Minecraft server back in the day, a long time ago. Okay, cool. Let me make sure that git ignore worked. Cool. Looks good. No, I'm not saying FileZilla is old, like obsolete or anything when I said that. I just said it. I used it a long time ago. That's just when I used it. That makes sense. I'm sure it's still like. I guess nowadays, what do? Just haven't had a use of transferring a large amount of files to like a remote server. I haven't had to do that in a very long time. Yeah, so I guess if I did need to do that, I would probably use FileZilla. Let's see why not, unless there's new stuff. I think it's already... Oh, good. This is not implemented yet. Okay, so now let's test it out. Should have some just sample front-end stuff. Nope. Anti-gravity seems to reset every day or so. So I have had really good luck with my rate limits and things. I think it's what you said. The Kano, I have Pro, so the rate limits are generous. That's not really what it is. It'd be like a notification. But yeah. using the same favicon as the AFK AI. So we're going to work on this one today and check if the change the title of that. So right now this I'll fix this here. So this thing should plug in your YouTube channel. I'm just gonna keep it for just for mine for now. We can generalize it later. Let's check if this one, just verify that works. I'm gonna plug in my other YouTube video. This is my last one. Oh, I forgot to run the other thing. I gotta create a new. How do you do that again? Forget. Okay, we'll just stop. Just making a different one. Oh, you just change what it starts on. Quick, I think it's in the environment. Okay. See if that works. Okay, I didn't change on the front end, I think the port. I'll just double check, but pretty sure that's the issue. Yeah, see, it didn't change. Oh, that's some sort of... Oh, actually, we'll see. I'm gonna plug that in. Also, I want to change it so it runs on the backend's running on 5005. So I think we made a plan. So I deleted it. I'm gonna make a folder for all these notes. We don't lose them. I may have deleted. I found it. Okay, cool. This is just quickly how we're gonna do the clipping for the shorts. Maybe name it real quick. Okay, so I think it changed the code here. Try it out. Cool. So see my current quota. Let me go check that out. Oh, I think it's because I switched my plan to free, so it doesn't like that. I'll just undo that change. Okay, it should work now because I switched it back to a paid plan. I can see this evolving. Eventually, we do a bunch of things with the chat. Based on what you guys say, maybe something happens to the stream. It'll be kind of fun because it's very easy to monitor the chat. I think probably a lot of other streamers do that too, but I don't know. We'll do our own. Up with something. Oh, so these are the chapters, as you can see, and it'll segment the video. I don't know if you guys have probably seen it. Okay, that seems pretty good. So we also the full transcript. It's kind of fun. You know, oh, that's another thing. I knew I was forgetting something with this tool that we're going to make here, the creators, is that it will also generate some video ideas based on your stream transcripts. So it'll find important moments and then kind of riff on it a little bit. Do a series of titles plus transcripts from the streams of potential video titles. Transcripts from the streams to build the narrative of the video. And as well as this, it's not even just videos. You could do that with shorts too. Like maybe you can get, it's kind of like, it can make you shorts, sure. But it can also give you future short idea you would like based on the transcripts. I'll just put that here. And it can even split it into videos. So it can do, there's a component of like, what can this tool do? Can just write this down here. Can create shorts, videos from the stream. But there's also a research area, sort of, where you can, this does the lazy part. But there's also a research part. If you would like to generate ideas from the stream transcripts for both shorts and videos. And then it should give you a series of tools. So the lazy part will just include a bunch of tools as well that will make things a little easier. Okay. Go. Channel direction. Oh, I guess it's a notes file. Also, it can give you suggestions, right? Give you suggestions to improve your stream. So that'll be interesting. I'd probably say too much. Maybe things you say that are, and it could take in true. We can do very similar things to what we have done thus far. Just takes in the target audience. Plus, what do you call those? It's like speech patterns that are not ideal for... You guys know what I'm saying though, like us, you know, things that are kind of annoying to listen to. Repeating the same word over and over. Just informational. It will not. I definitely do say a lot. That is true. We do a little fun thing of like most said words, most some other things. We'll talk with AI, maybe what we can come up with there. There might be some interesting statistics we can get from our transcripts. Another fun thing we could do, we could build an AI of yourself based on the video transcripts. So it's like I'm building a version of myself at age, 27, and then I can talk to him when I'm 50, or my 5 children, talk to him. Granted, he'll just be talking about projects. Digital LM clone. I don't know if that's part of this product. I think that's probably separate. Not really a product. Just not put that here. God. What a number. Not a number. Put it down here. No. Still clones the number. Wow. Fine. Oh, there we go. All right, I gotta maybe not use notes. fun ideas. Seven decent commits today. Nice job, man, Gremlin. Cool. Gotta fill out your GitHub graph. Very prestigious. The reason I'm typing this is just to get a clear idea of what we're doing, and then we'll redesign the site. Makes sense. So the other component is the auto notif thing. How does that fit into this? Auto notification for the live streams. Shorts and a bunch of tools. I guess people could plug in their YouTube channel. Granted, they need to plug in their like Discord credentials. I mean, and the API keys for Discord. Maybe I just keep that part for myself because I don't really know. We'll put it in there, but people just enter their own. So on the live status checker, what it should do is just have a button just to send notification to Discord. And or just a button that's like check that stream is running. And it'll just use my credentials currently, but if there's nothing in the environment variable, just put a thing there because this is going to be an open source project. So it should just let them know, hey, you got to put in the credentials and give like the name of the credentials so they know how to do it, or just give them instruction on how to do it, right? Or for how to set that up if they want to use this tool. Redesign this site a little bit to know the target user. Our target users, it's just an open source project. So if anything's missing, like they didn't put in the environment variables, just tell them what they need to fill out in the .env file and just put an instruction on how to do that. If for any of these tools, if the environment variables aren't there, just explain to them. Maybe create a separate page called like instructions, and you can link them there, and it'll just have how to set this up if they are coming to this project. Nice. Yes. My GitHub's very there'll be like a huge sprint, and I chill for a little bit. So for anyone joining, we're creating a tool for ourselves, but we're open sourcing it for anyone who wants to. This one is not a paid thing. Mainly for ourselves. Oh, no worries. So right now it's just local, so we're not deploying it yet, but when I deploy the websites, I just usually use Vercel. If they get enough traffic one day, you probably just go to AWS because it'd be a cheaper thing. But for a simple project, pretty easy to deploy with Vercel because you can just connect to your GitHub, pretty quickly run it. but it wouldn't be cheap if you get a lot of traffic, like, you know, tens of thousands kind of thing. So you don't have to worry about it for a while. By the time you're worrying about it, you're probably doing pretty well. So. Oh, this is the website, Vercel. Here you go. Just in case you. It's hard to hear. But, I guess while we're waiting for that, we can work on the shorts. I think my idea here is, that, you know, YouTube allows you to download your videos. If you, I think you have to be a YouTube Premium, but as long as you have that, download the videos. So the open source tool would just be, you know, we'll deploy this website because why not? But I do have to think about the uploading thing. Right. So I'll think about that, whether we actually want to deploy or just we'll just probably keep this open source, but not deploy it public because that upload thing will be expensive. But, you know, if we just have it open source, people put in their video after they download it, and then it will run. We're going to use FFmpeg, that library, very popular. But you just clip up the video. We should basically take in the dimensions of the you know, where the user's web camera is, and cut up the video, and then to make it a nice short. Well, the first part is figuring out which parts of the video to cut. We'll use Gemini for that, using the YouTube transcripts. But that should work. So I'm going to remove an API key just to see what the message is. I want it to be friendly for users. I'll just remove one of these. So I removed one. Oh, right, I have to restart for it to take effect. Yeah, back end. Nice, perfect. Let's look at this page here. Great. Yeah, this is very good. So if someone's trying to use this, I'll also put it in the README on the repo so people can just read it there if they prefer. Make sure that's not mine. Okay, good. Cool, great. So this app could, in fact, put your PRD in and spits out a marketing plan. It's going to list other tools. Marketing. Oh, I see what you're saying. You put your, I don't know what PRD is, but I think I'll look it up just so I know for sure. Product requirements document. Gotcha. I think you're saying like we put in our general product and it spits out a marketing plan. We could do something like that here. Yeah. Maybe it takes in like as a tool for creators, right? Not really sure yet, but yeah, something. I think I'm just gonna make it like while I'm on this journey, so to speak. I'll probably be making a lot of tools, and I'll open source all the tools. And as soon as I need a tool, and I probably will need maybe some marketing guidance, and I build a tool for that, I'll put it here, and then I'll just put it on this repo. I'll send it to you guys. You can keep track of it if you want. But yeah, it's this will just have all my tools as I go through stuff. And like, you know, I'll try to keep it very easy to use. So I'll just send it in the chat here. All right, let me quickly do one thing. I'm going to make it so when you guys chat, the message will show for a lot longer. I think it sometimes disappears too. Okay, I just did that. Oh. Sorry, I kind of messed up that. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I like that idea. I'm gonna copy what you said there, the Keno. I remember I used to use a tool in that in IntelliJ. There's a tool where you can kind of visualize the architecture. Kind of nice. I agree. Maybe you could do some interesting. I have seen some open source repos kind of like that too. You can like jump through your code. It's like very nice interface. Just a high level. Nice. Yes. I haven't tried buzzed vibe coding yet. That'd be a whole nother genre. Paired vibe coding. I'm gonna copy what he said to Keno because I think it could be fun. Yeah, and well, maybe open source different types of repos. So this will be a repo for all creator cool tools. Like if you're also someone making videos, but we'll make another repo for just like general tools, like visualizing code base and things like this might be fun. Things that we are just having fun kind of, and maybe it is actually useful for us. Yeah, cheers. Let me see if I can, I do want to do a few polls because I saw that in I think Bridge Mine, so I think it'd be interesting to learn like, you know, you guys are probably all from Europe, right? Because the time is weird. Most people in the US, I stream at strange times at the moment, so. Close my Actually, did we commit? I don't think so, right? Oh, we just did. That was not my real. US East. Still choose. Oh, gotcha. Florida. Nice. That's track. Tab that is navigable and displaying the code base. Dublin. Nice. I was in Dublin once. When I was in Dublin, there was some sort of holiday you guys have. It's like Zombie Day or something. Like people were dressed up as zombies. I was really confused. Let me look it up. Is there a Zombie Day? Maybe it's a festival. Dublin Zombie Walk, is that it? Wasn't Halloween. Not sure. I was pretty young, so I'm not really sure what it was. What are you building? Right now we're working on some tools. You check we're working on this is not going to be the paid thing, but this is going to be some tools that we're making available for people. I want to do a few things with my streams. We built a few things, but the main thing that I want is to be able to create shorts. So I'm gonna build that and just open source it in this repo. That's what we're working on for the next few hours. Then we'll get back to the other thing that we're working on. It's kind of like a financial newsletter and tools. Customizable. The last thing we did, we added some nice, like if they don't have the API keys and stuff, it gives them a nice page. So they know how to do it, and it gives them instructions. I think this is working. We tested this out. I'll check this. I'll see if this works. So if I check live status, hey, that's kind of nice. Okay, let's try this. Let me look in Discord. Nice. Yeah, it worked. Cool. So this is what it looks in Discord. Little notification here. Cool. Okay, it's cool. So now we can start working on this. I'll commit the changes. Oh, we already did. Okay, so we have a general plan for how we're going to do this. Let me first download one of my videos. We have that ready. I'll just download a shorter one. $5 million pubs here and everything. Wait, it's actually a thing. You guys actually have a zombie holiday or something? It's not just Halloween, right? Gravity. Yeah, I think you're right, Keno. I think Google's gonna freaking wreck everybody because they're willing to burn the money with the free credits. I'm downloading my YouTube video at the moment. Oh, I gotta reactivate my premium. I guess it's worth it. Yeah, okay, we'll do it. Get some ad-free stuff. Phone. Okay, got the premium, so now I can download the videos. To high quality. Download. Perfect. It'll just take a few minutes here while it downloads. Just starting with a 2-hour one, and we have a little plan here. I might close a few of these at the moment. We already have this saved, so I'll close this. Pages is weird. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. But once it's back, then we can shorts. this. Okay. Was kind of thinking maybe we can make this work for people without downloading the repo, because if we have the video transcript and then let's say they start downloading the video, I wonder if it's possible for only us to download after we run the Gemini. We can figure out like which parts are worth downloading. I wonder if that's possible, right? Like you just take like some segments of the clip on like when we actually deploy it. The idea is so it's not too expensive. So because the video transcript has the timestamps of the the speech. And then you just like they send you a video, and then you just like clip the parts that you know are worth downloading. And maybe then we could make it public. Maybe. I guess we could maybe charge a little bit if we have something interesting. Yeah, clipping software is very saturated. Yeah, I'm building it for myself. The main problem is that it's very expensive. So I just want to... This is not the money-making idea, because I agree there are a lot, but I just want to make something that's like I can just do much cheaper cost. That makes sense. Let's use Opus Clip. Yeah, I know, but Opus Clip is like, I think it's a little overpriced. So that's why I'm building it. That makes sense. And I'm going to open source it. So again, this is not the money-making thing. But I'm with you guys. There's definitely, this exists. Like if we look at Opus Clip's pricing here. And I guess also I want a little bit of control, because I don't really have, I feel like that much control. When I tried Opus Clips, I didn't really get the results that I wanted. So I'm going to try doing it myself and see if I can get the shorts that I want to create, because I don't want to spend too long on them. So I want to be kind of automated. But ultimately this is an experiment, right? Like maybe what we make here won't be good. It's possible, in which case we just lost time. But I do know, out of the things that I've tried Opus Clip, tried CapCut. I tried a number of ones and I just could not build anything quickly that I thought was any good. But if we have the video transcript, right, we should be able to get that into Gemini, and customize our prompt to get the results that we want. And we'll try, right? Worth a shot. New Opus AI shorts making agent. Well, I tried it somewhat recently. Maybe are you saying there's maybe a newer update? Maybe it's possible I haven't tried the newest. It's probably worth exploring. For YouTube transcript. Yeah, I got the transcript API there. TTS API, what is that? Text to speech. Yeah, I'm using Whisperflow for my text to speech. Doing the APIs, lower the media, definitely lower the media resolution. I agree. And hey, old feed, how's it going? I'm just going through the messages here. Definitely, yeah, I agree with splitting it up. Good ideas, guys. You compute, yep. Interesting. Worth exploring for sure, different libraries. It's cool that you guys have already used it, so I haven't used FFmpeg yet. But that was our plan. Let's see here. One thing. I think I have Google. Let me check. I have some Google Premium. Oh no, I don't have that. That's something else. You have OpenAI text-to-speech. Let's see, what's the pricing on that? It might switch if it's cheaper than Whisper Flow. I'll bookmark that, yeah. All right, cool. Let's give this a shot. We already implemented this first part here. And I downloaded the video, so let's go ahead and just plug that into our resources. I'd like to, so we're storing our videos and resources. We're going to use the, I suppose before we choose this library, let's go ahead and maybe ideate a little bit. I wanted to answer my question about whether we could do something like this. I'm making this in order. Be max like a minute or two, right? Make this, this is not in the right order. That up here. For anyone joining, let's just clarify this is open source. Building this yourself, or just building this artistically. Give it to free man, no conditions. Both YouTube channel, subscribe. Cool, yeah. If you don't mind, you could join the Discord and a message or something. Whisper is, or just send me a message. You don't have to join if you don't want to. Whisper is fine, runs on CPU fine. Strips up on the iris. Yeah, you just feed the video on Gemini. It's very smart with direct video input. Yeah, you could, but we're trying to like reduce the amount of video we're processing. So I'm thinking you take the transcript, the text first, figure out like which parts are just like a few minutes or something. I'm gonna make sure this makes sense, but I think it kind of does. But I kind of want to know, like, realistically, just out of curiosity, right? How low can we get the cost on this? We did deploy it. So let's say we did this process. How low could we get the cost of this? Like, let's say we made this a public tool. Yeah, I appreciate it. The Whisper Flow is okay. Definitely, should probably maybe try some different ones. Christopher Reeve. See, I think I know that is something that. Superman? Oh, thanks. I do not mind being compared to that. No, but no one's told me that, no. Okay, so user base switch. We definitely wouldn't do any storage of their videos because we just try to make it as cheap as humanly possible. It's not free, right? Oh, but right, they can enter their API keys and stuff, right? So the goal of this is to make it as everything they can do themselves, just undercut everybody. Because if they're entering their own API key, then it's going to be free, right? Because it won't, unless they do a lot of it. This is technically not free, right? Because you're hosting it, but whatever. Be time. Yeah, right. Okay, so this is where it includes that cost, the compute storage. Yeah, it's a temporary storage. You do have to store some of the video while you process it. But is that... You could probably store it in memory, right? You know. Oh, if there's a lot of people... Right, okay, so if a lot of people are using it, then you have to store... Store it separately. Okay, center comment. Right, track the... We don't need to do that, right? We should take in maybe some dimensions from the user. Maybe they could select it, right? Similar to how we did it with the animation tool. Take the video and they just select what parts they want where, roughly. I haven't seen that before. You know, granted with like open or with some of these tools you can like edit it, right? I just want it to be really simple. We do most of the work. Sacrifice some of the customizability of it. Just make it very simple. Okay, so let's say you have 10,000 users using this. What's the cost if they're each one is doing like 3 shorts a week? Because we're gonna get the total cost and then we're gonna work backwards to like what's the cheapest price we could offer. If it doesn't make sense, we'll just make it open source, but maybe we could deploy it. It gives back a checkpoint at the cut. Yes. Exactly. So we cut the points and then we feed up like just a small portion of the video to process. That's just free. Yeah, right. Yeah. Compute time obviously is going to charge for that. Hey, Pony. Hey. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Really? Again, 500,000? Okay. Well, you have to win a competition or something though, right? You don't just get that because... or maybe you're saying that's probably split between a bunch of people or something. Okay, so let's see what we got. Okay. Well, this would be definitely you'd have to charge something for them to use this, right? That's like, so there would not be a conversion aspect to this. Like, you'd assume 100% anyone that's using the okay, so let's assume 100% because we're not allowing this to be a free tool. So what would be the minimum cost we could offer it to the user for? And I think also we'll take some time to figure out what would be the cheapest possible way. Not too much time, but just a bit of time to, maybe there's some other thing we could optimize to try to be like the super budget option. Okay, 10K users. Annoying. 3 shorts a week, 20,000 shorts a month. Obviously, we don't know if this is right. We'd probably have to spend a little time just assuming it's right for now. Stripe fee. But it was not unlimited shorts, right? Why would it be unlimited? I'm not really understanding. Why are you saying it's unlimited shorts, right? What's the logic behind this? Isn't there... it's not really unlimited, right? Some limit. I guess it's saying the compute cost is probably really low. Doesn't make sense. Isn't that the expensive part? We have to store the videos and stuff. Yeah, doing shit with the parts. Right. Because you do have to store, but let's say you're only processing, because the idea is like you limit how much you're processing. If you're just processing like a minute for each user, like they pass in a long video, but then you use the transcript to cut it up and only take in a little bit, maybe it would not be very expensive. But I'm not sure, right? I'm just kind of like, just wondering. I'm not really sure these numbers. So I'm trying to understand, like, do you think our strategy of using the transcript to try to figure out what... Okay, here's the question, right? Let's compare the cost of analyzing the video transcripts with Gemini versus the cost of, like, taking in the full video. Okay, so we think about Opus Clips, right? They don't do this. They don't take in the video transcript. They process the whole video. I haven't seen a tool that takes in the video transcript before. Right? So it's kind of the interesting part about this, maybe. Yeah, JSON. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing. What's to figure out what to process. I want to know how much it's minimizing costs, so I'm gonna clear this. Okay, so I'd like to know how much would using Gemini to analyze the transcripts and figuring out what to process, how much would that be saving us? Imagine some different scenarios here, right? Take the full example where you take the whole video in and process it. In that scenario, imagine a scenario where you take in the whole video, you build the transcripts yourself using you'll have to process it, and then you cut up the video that way, versus they feed you the transcripts and you plug that into Gemini and get the timestamps that way. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's two different types of ways you could do it. You take in the whole video, use some library or something to process the video into, you have to get the audio, just take the audio, process into transcripts. So you do that yourself versus having the user feed the transcripts. That's the difference. Okay, we're not doing this. Yes. That's... So 3 cents for 2 hours. This is the biggest cost, right? I don't think the processing of the video is the biggest cost. If you're only doing a small portion of the video. If it's only doing, because you only do like a minute of processing for the video. And the processing meaning like changing how the video looks and things like that, and cutting it up. Direct comparison. Okay, but it didn't give the example of like, we also want the scenario where someone uploads a video, we take the video and we take only the audio, and we ourselves get the transcript through some sort of library or something like that, and we cut it up that way. Are we saving money by making the user input the transcript themselves using we're just going to use YouTube API to get that transcript? Are we which would be the best in terms of cost savings to do that? So there's like two. Use the YouTube API, get transcript, or we get the transcript. Process it. Depends on the YouTube API cost, I guess. The user paste transcript. Yes. Really free, right? Okay, good. That's what I thought. Like, this is not what we want. We do not want to. Because we want to save max amount of money as possible. Okay, but the YouTube transcript API is definitely not free, right? The YouTube transcript API is not free. Why would it be free? Are you assuming the user's entering their own API key or something? Yeah, I mean, it's 50K tokens. Right. It's not super expensive, and I don't think you need a very advanced model, right? I mean, maybe the user can choose. No. And also they could enter their own API key as well. We'll make it very friendly. Okay, so. Oh yeah, we're definitely not using that. It's not allowed. Okay, 10K a day. So we could process 10K videos a day to get the transcript. That's really good. So we don't have to worry about that for a while. I mean, you probably wouldn't need to worry about that until you get like what, like 5,000 users a day. So I think we're good on that. So we'll do that, right? We use the YouTube API, grab the transcript. Okay, we're gonna do the YouTube API, grab the transcript. Let's get the full cost again. So assume 5,000 users a day. Scratch that. Assume 5,000 shorts. Sorry, I got it. Okay, we're going to compute the cost now. Assume 5,000 uploads a day, with each one being an hour in length on average. But the actual processing, you know, we take the transcript, we process it into like a minute or two. So the actual minutes is a fraction of that. So calculate that and calculate the total cost, include everything from the compute time to the API cost to everything. Okay. And we'll get this number. But, you know, if this doesn't make sense, we'll just allow them to enter the API keys. So either way, it's fine. But after we know this, we kind of know what we want to do. At the very least, I think we'll be way cheaper than anyone else. So, assuming assuming it's good, right? It might not turn out good with the way that we're doing. Yeah, they do it because I use it. So this transcript, I already get the transcript, and this is the official YouTube API. Oh, I think what you're saying is they don't have an official API for getting a transcript of any video, but they do have an API to get the transcript for your own videos. So a requirement of this is that it has to be your channel in order to and you basically plug in your API key and you can get it from your own channel. So we're doing everything official, so we're not doing anything not allowed, because I don't want to get sued. So you're going to pull the video to the server, not using the actual video in the model video, just the transcript. Oh, right. You're exactly right, Gremlin. So we will miss anything that has no audio, but we can make the assumption that it will, because generally with like shorts and stuff, it's people talking, right? Like it's usually not like, unless it's some sort of reaction or something like this. In that case, this is probably not the tool. In my case, the streams are very much just talking, so I don't think I'm not going to have any reaction kind of content for the most part. I have a different demographic stream. In gaming, right? That would be a scenario where it would definitely be more visual. We'd make that clear probably for the user. Hey, this is like, we're basing this based off of what you're saying. And maybe that's why Opus Clips, etc. isn't good for me. Like maybe that's why the shorts that it's generating are not good. Possible. Because maybe it relies more on, maybe somewhat on visual stuff that I don't know. Who knows? We have no idea how it works, right? Oh, that's really expensive. Why is it so expensive? Oh, it's assuming the Whisper. So remember, we're not using Whisper for the transcription. We're using the free YouTube API because we're assuming the user is doing their own videos, so it should be free. Yeah, well, yeah, that's part of the problem. I think the reason also is maybe the sheer length of my videos, or it's not really designed for that, maybe. All right, I'm gonna turn it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the clipping for short. Okay, well, we're going to charge break even. Because why not? Okay, so what would the subscription be per user? Maybe we actually just do charge per video. We just do literally 1 cent short. Okay, it'll make us very different. All right, anyways, let's get back to the tool. We should first validate that it's going to make something good before we get too excited. It's kind of fun though. All right, so let's start with, we already have this, so let's just tell it to re-implement that for this area code, or just use the same one. I'll just plug it in. The first 3 steps get we'll go all the way to here for the first. Then we'll see what parts it chose. Like I'm going to feed it that live stream, and we're going to, the last part here, show which parts you chose in the video. Clip up the video with it. Don't do any cropping or anything yet. This is just debug part. Just testing. Okay, so we'll go to here. So I'm going to clear it. Probably should have saved. We'll remember, so. Potentially. For short. I guess I can always look at the video later. But potentially per short, per user. With, what did we say, 5,000 votes each 1 hour length with, I don't remember what it said, but we can look later and fill that. So go ahead and implement this, and remember we already have the logic for the YouTube API transcription, so just you can reuse that. That's in the other tool for the chapter generation. So you can just use that same, make it maintainable. That should be the same logic there. Nothing too crazy, it's just calling the API. I'm gonna look at this 500,000 prize thing. What we got? Thanks for sending this, Bikeno. It's cool. Wow, that's a short deadline. 1 week? Oh, man. Does what we're building fit into this category? Like ours is not maybe as eye-catching enough to win. I guess it depends how many people will win. But worth entering, why not, right? I mean, we're building, so whatever we build, we can just enter it. It might be interesting for you guys if you guys have any ideas. Maybe that 500,000 you could win, or whatever fraction. According to Gemini here, price. So 0.75 per 1 million tokens. 10 minutes is 50. Yeah. It seems like it's not going to be too expensive I think, yeah, 1 cent per short. Definitely I would pay that. That's nothing. 100 shorts for $1. As long as the shorts are good. If they're all garbage, then obviously it doesn't matter how cheap it is. Recipe done AI Studio. Why? Probably not doing it then. Granted, that might be what everyone else thinks, and then no one does. How do they even make sure you did it? You could just copy and paste code, right? Into AI Studio. Unfortunately, I think we wasted a little bit of credits because yeah, we should always make sure you're in the right folder. I'm in the bigger folder, which has all of the code. Why it was taking so long. Code I used. Close that so no one sees. What are the other things? We're gonna make a new file. We can do that simultaneously. Yeah, we can do that for sure. So assume you're going to create a new page. It's more like a new endpoint. It's going to take in a video that a user has uploaded, and it's going to take in the YouTube link that the user has put in. Oh, all right. This part, it's already implementing it. Don't need to worry about that. And you're going to assume we have the transcript available. Oh, actually, we're going to assume we have the points that we need to edit. So this part's going. And we have the points that we're going to take out of the video, right? So we're not going to store the whole video or anything like this. We're just going to, it should be you can assume we have each point that we're going to take out to start to processing, to move to processing. And you're going to allow the user to select sometimes it's helpful when you're talking out, because I realize I'm going to ideate a little bit first before I implement it that way. I save what I did. So do you think for the actual, when we're making these shorts, should we allow the user to select what regions? Like, for example, they have a webcam, right? So they probably want to select the webcam to be in the short. They might want to select part of the screen. Should we basically allow for 2 different selections and then build the short that way? What do you think makes the most sense using the FFmpeg library? Let's ideate first how we're going to do that. So assume we have the parts that we're going to edit out of the video already. So we're just ideating on the part where we're actually just cropping everything and moving it into the right resolution and dimensions. Cool. How much? Yeah, that's what we did, Dave. Thanks. Definitely, we're trying to make the cost as like just small as humanly possible. Like right now, it seems like it's going to be about 1 cent per short, but we haven't validated this really. We kind of have put in all of our assumptions and everything, the AI, and we talked about it. We're just going to try to make it as extremely cheap as possible, but assuming it doesn't make sense, like we're not able to make it very cheap, we'll just allow them to enter their API keys and everything else. Either way, we're going to publish it. People can use it. How much is the server? Yeah, that's a great question. I guess I can speak how much I would pay, right? Like, I'm doing this, how much would I pay? Okay, 1 cent per short. Assuming it's a good short, I think that's a reasonable. How much would I pay though? How much would I go up to? It's a good question. Maybe 5 cents a short? If it's a good short, right? Maybe 10 shorts, 50 cents, 100 shorts. Maybe not actually. Maybe 3 cents, 2 cents. Not sure. If they're very good shorts and they get me tons of traffic, I guess maybe I'd pay 5 cents a short. It's a good question though. I'm not really sure. Depends on the user, I guess. Check your Discord channel. Yeah, let me check the channel. China's ByteDance just dropped an AI video editor video. Cool. So yeah, it gives you some JSON back. That's cool. I mean, I'm definitely down to try it. I'll note it down and try it later. I guess we can think about what we're building as just the budget option. Like, I assume this is probably as expensive as the others. So I just go like, that's how we would market in theory, or just keep it open source. Oh yeah, that's a great way to look at it, Dave, is like the monetization value. Then you can work backwards to what people will pay for it. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so 1 cent to 7 cents. So it's right in line, kind of what we're thinking. Makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna copy down what you put there, if you don't mind. Make good analysis. Okay, copy it, I guess. Revenue per 100,000 views, or 1,000 views, I mean. That's cool. I think it makes a lot of sense. Get it that way. How to function track the views. Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. And you could use this as the sell, right? You say, hey, this is your monetization value. We charge 10x less than. The next step though is to make sure we actually can get to that. And that it's good. However, the actual monetization value is probably a bit higher, right? Because it's not just, I don't know what exactly you included in the monetization. Because, you know, there's other benefits you get just from the, you know, ad revenue. You get, you know, sponsorships could potentially be a little higher. So depends what we're, I guess, what we're considering, right? If I'm paying, let's say I know I get the monetization to break even, just bare bones. It's almost like you get the extra optionality on top, right? Like all the sponsorships and stuff like that. It could potentially still be worth it to the user, even if it's a break even on ads or something like this. So this could be, in other words, we can consider this maybe a conservative estimate if this is on ads. So we would probably do this stack layout. This is what I see most often. This is a little too small. I guess we could let the user, but I think for now we'll just do this. Option 1. Keep it simple. Let's see if it finished what we'd already said. I'm gonna see if it did it. So I go to shorts. Ask it to remove the. Okay, great. Can you remove the add the front end and remove the TBD on the shorts clipper? We want this first part to be implemented. We're going to test it by uploading the video, providing the video link, and we're going to see what are the results that it shows, the videos that it processed. So make sure you have all those components there. Should have, you know, three shorts to start, or maybe they can enter their how many shorts, and we're going to test that. So put in a box for like, they can put in max 10. Okay, then over here. Yeah, so I think option 1. Okay, so we're going to do option 1. What I want you to implement is, this is the processing step. So assume we have the video. We have the videos. It's going to be like an array of videos that are already clipped up, right? They just haven't been processed to be in the right dimensions resolution. So I want you to create an endpoint for that processing step. That processing step should allow the user before we start though, let's answer the question, does the user have to select the parts that they want for the webcam or screen content? Can we figure that out ourselves? How hard would that be? Probably quite hard. So it kind of makes sense, right? That the user would select, because the webcam likely doesn't move throughout the video. So we kind of make an assumption that it doesn't move, and we communicate that to the user. Do you think that makes sense? Let's ideate first before we continue. Right. Definitely, I'm going to be using it, and if it makes good shorts, that's kind of that'd be a selling point, right? I mean, I guess we'll see. Hey, actually making good stuff or no? If it's not, then forget about it. Okay, so this is ideation. Wait, FF has face detect? How does it even work? Yeah, I kind of like the template-based selection. It's just probably just more reliable. I think it makes sense to have a template-based selection because webcams don't really usually move in streams. Let's allow the user to just select what they want as part of their webcam selection. And then the second box that will be there will be the what's going to be on top, right? What's going to be on top on the reel. And I guess allow the user to select which one they want on top and bottom. Definitely. And it will also give them the customizability to put in exactly what they want out of their shorts. Because maybe they have a specific idea in mind. Let's go ahead and implement that page. It's going to be right after there's kind of a flow here where it's going to be right after they put in the YouTube link and upload the video. We're going to bring them to the selection page. That's the next step. So we're going to just make the front end of that first. The idea is they're going to select the components of what's going to be in the short based on the video. So there's going to be like 2 selection boxes. And then in that page, they can also select like what's on top and bottom. So go ahead and create that and just do the front end first. We're just going to start with that. Cool. Sounds good, Dave. Yeah. Thanks for the suggestions, man. Those are the comments there is pretty interesting. I think that was a good way to think about it. The cost, work backwards there. Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, I think it's just a little bit more reliable if we just allow the user to select what they want, because maybe we could have an option for face select, but I don't know. I kind of doubt it's hard. Okay, cool. So we maybe have something here. Let's take a look. So it takes an YouTube URL. Kind of thought I would need to upload a video too. How come on the, well, I'll just go ahead and enter the video to see what it does. I'll just enter the 2-hour one. Because maybe the upload's after this step. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, I think. Simple secret to making money with apps. We want to watch that stream of a stream. I guess I will. So what did I talk about here? Let me pause the music. It's hard. Feeling okay. But the ones that have actually made money were the ones that were really simple. So I need to basically reorient my thinking, right? Which is like, you know, the one that made money was this inflation calculator, right? Seems okay. Your niche. My app is for old people. Oh God. What is this gonna be? I was talking about the calculator. Potentially inflation projection. It's not really interesting, but I notice the target demographic of this app are old people who like seeing what products were priced as when they were kids. All right, yeah, so that's obviously not good because I'm typing and I'm just talking out loud. But it can't know that, right? It's just from the transcript. When Stripe randomly disables your account. Okay, let's take a look. If you guys don't mind. Just want to see if these are any good. So Stripe seems like it's maybe working. I'll have to test it there. But let me go ahead and put the API key. Yeah, that's probably not a good one either. But this first one is okay. I mean, also, you know, you need some kind of insights and things that you're saying. I think on that one, I was mostly just coding. So, okay. I think that's pretty good. So now let's go ahead and upload the file. I mean the video, so I can do a little clipping. Give that reason. Yeah, that's a great idea, Gremlin. To test this, you should upload a video that you purposefully put in like some viral moments, so to speak, and you see how good it can pick it up, right? Makes a lot of sense. I think for that reason, you can shoot V2. Is V2 open source? Interesting. Okay, I'll note that down if it is. I imagine it's a model though, right? So you still gotta host it. Oh, cool. Well, worth exploring. Granted, you know, the problem is this, right? We have a huge amount of video. You know, when you're doing a long stream like this, I kind of doubt, unless you do some pre-processing before where you try to find it based on the transcript, it'll be too expensive otherwise. There's still that component, right? Okay, so we're going to create this new page. This is going to be kind of like the selection page, region selector page. So let's go ahead and make this it's just a button to upload. It doesn't need to be a path. For the clip video segments, okay, well, first of all, the upload should be before everything. So it's sort of, you upload, you enter the video URL, and those are the two things that you do. And we'll at the end, we'll clip it up and show the user. That's still the debug section, right? Because we're testing. So the user uploads the video, enters the URL, and at the end, it's going to have those clipped up videos that we can just watch. to test. We're going to remove that part later, but just to test. That's cool. I mean, one thing you can maybe do, I guess, is like you do the shorts with this method, and then you do some analysis with VD2 after, I guess. But just double check. Or, you know, for me, it doesn't take very long to watch it, so I can just do it myself to score it. Also, if there's any new people here, just reiterating, this is a open source thing we're doing here. So it's sort of, you know, if you want to use this tool yourself, making it available. Just put in your API key and stuff. Okay, so we have, I'll just, before testing that, I'm gonna wait till this other part is done. So I'm gonna make sure it's not, or I'm gonna make sure it didn't, it is editing the same file, so hopefully, no, this is a different location, so we're good. As long as these two are not editing the same file. I'm gonna ask it to make a button. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, we're removing this. I'm not using this library. The video file path is just going to be an upload, so we're definitely not using that. I didn't ask it to do that. Yeah, so we're not using this library. So we're not using this. Please remove that from the project. This is just going to be an upload. The user actually uploads the YouTube video themselves. So it should just be a button where they just explore and click the video. That is not allowed. Adding old PHA. Huh. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I would watch that video. Fooled by Primes. Historical stuff. Interesting. Yeah. Video editing takes forever. Hey, Nightfall. Well, that looks much better. Okay, so it actually bring it already. The reason I'm not running the other one is because I want to wait till I can test this, and then I will send the videos over to this other page that's been created. That way we can test the second. This is the selection page. I'll just wait till this. Check our usage for today. Not bad. Actually right in line for our daily session. Number 7th. Yeah, so we're way under. Way under. Okay, let's test it out. I'm going to upload the file. Okay, we loaded this. We supply the YouTube URL just to get the transcript, but we don't have to do that process. Make sure I select the right video. The reason why this takes a while, sending to Gemini. Oh, cool. So it has some clips here. Oh, interesting. I actually saved it, so I guess we could check it out. Within project. Okay, uploads. I don't see it. Might have had trouble with file location. Yeah, take a look. Uploads. Okay, cool. Looks like it did create these different. I'll just check that right now. Okay, checking the bank account of my abandoned project. Okay. You should have an error if it find it. It's either here or. So now that we have the videos, well, we'll fix this bug first, I guess. Oh, but I want to put in this chat. I don't miss this. Why does it happen sometimes? Do one. I'll do the backend error too. Getting a 404. Number one, make sure the title is correct, but it could be, you know, maybe it's checking before that it's finished actually putting the files in the locations. I'm trying to think, do we have to store this, right? Let's ideate a little bit. Do we actually have to store this on the back end? Is there any way that we could just serve them the clips at the end? Like if we're just serving 30-second clips, is this possible? Is it scalable? Like we just serve that directly to them after processing? Or depends on the size, right? Because we don't want to store it. Let's try this. But we can return the clip data directly in the response. Cool, let's just do that. You have 14,000 of photos of Korea. Wow. Oh, that's fun. Hey, that could be a viral thing. I restored historical photos with AI or something. Content. I've coded as bookmark vision. Remember about a bookmark. Huh. That's kind of cool. That's a really good point. I do that too. I just bookmark stuff and then I never look at it ever. I'm like, oh, I'll come back to it one day. Like 10 years later. I'll know. I just scroll through it like every time. Oh, you're talking about Twitter bookmarks. Gotcha. Well, same thing. I bookmark a lot of stuff. I don't know. I bookmarked some stuff yesterday I thought was interesting on Twitter. I can pull that up while we wait. Oh, one of them didn't save. Huh, never mind. They're not that interesting. Sometimes that's the case too, where you bookmark stuff and look at it the next day. Why did I bookmark it? Photo, yeah. That'd be cool. The thing about Wikipedia is everything has to be so official. Don't just use any photos. Be from the right sources. Okay, check it out. Curious if this will work. A little tricky, I think. I guess while we wait, how much cost do you think this would save? Like if it was a scaled app, just by not storing this? Oh, nice, that worked. That's cool. So we're no longer storing anything. I'm gonna delete this. I'm just curious. That's cool. All right, now we can move on to the next part where we send these to the selector. Awesome. Read this real quick out of curiosity. Oh, that's cool. You save 75%. I don't know if that's right, but if that's right, that's pretty good. Okay, moving forward. Okay, so we have it on this other one, selector thing. So now we want to hook it up. So if you look at this page, /shorts, we got it set up. So we got the 3 videos that we're going to use. We're not storing it, right? So the user is now going to send these 3 videos, these 3 shorts that it created to us for more processing. Does that make sense? So we send it to them, they send it back to us. We're not storing it at all. I think that kind of makes sense, right? Because they're short clips, right? So it should be quick upload. I think that makes sense. Okay, so the processing step, it includes the selection that you've built here, right? So now go ahead and hook this up to the, we're going to create some endpoints after the user has selected the regions, so where their webcam is and the other part of the short that they want, like that. So those 2 rectangles. We pass that back. We create endpoints that's now going to do the processing cropping step to the right resolution. So you're going to need to finish the steps here. So you take in a selection, 2 selections, crop it, and create the right resolution for a short for YouTube or TikTok, whatever. And then we're gonna, once we finish that processing step, we serve it back to the user. But we never store it. We're not storing anything. Yeah, I guess if there's any new people here, we're building this open source tool. It's mainly for ourselves, but it's going to be as cheap as humanly possible to like run. And we're trying to get, it seems like we can get it down maybe to 1 cent per short. But we do have to verify that this is right, these assumptions and everything. And you enter your own API keys and everything. But we might deploy it and maybe charge a little bit if someone doesn't want to do that. If someone doesn't want to enter their API keys, they can pay a little bit to do this. Oh, let me see, Matt Woods, run these longer prompts through an A. You're probably right. Like, someone else mentioned that before too. Like, it is nice to be able to ideate like this just talking, but the prompts themselves that I'm sending are probably not very optimized. As far as, like, sometimes I might be saying certain things that are, or Whisperflow misunderstands what I said, and sometimes it says the opposite. That's happened a few times. Maybe I should have another step where it cleans up what I said. I think that kind of makes sense. Maybe we should just do something like that. I don't know exactly how we would do that. Should be quick, whatever it is. Somehow it's like a second layer. Granted, you have to do you'll have to adds cost, right? Because you have to figure out some way, you have to either pass it to Gemini or something. So I'm not sure I would want to process what I said. I'm not sure if that's exactly what right. So yeah, you have to pay for that summarization. It's unstuck. If anyone is new, we're just building this open source tool. It's going to be very cheap. Trying to get 1 cent per short. You enter your YouTube link and then you upload, and then it's going to be a tool people can enter your own API keys and everything. Use a model, open in browser, summarize. True, I guess I could use the browser Gemini just to quickly summarize my prompts, but it just adds like a little bit of extra time. I'd rather just send it. Really? How are they doing that? It's really interesting. Can anyone set up a cow sheep betting thing? Is that not like centralized? The gambling market is evolving. Send me the link for that. That's really interesting. Oh, I feel about it. Funny. Yeah, we can make this like a reality TV show. Will he do it? Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Like, if we're betting on 400 subscriber YouTube channels, like, that's maybe peak betting market hype. Can you imagine? Well, that's weird though. Like, how is that even regulated? In some sense, I don't know. Not to be that guy, but can you make a betting market for yourself and just bet on it? Like, I'm so confident in myself. I'm gonna bet. Well, I guess the easier route is just to bet that you fail, right? Not very fun. But you gotta make it convincing. So you gotta bet you gotta bet that you'll fail and get almost there. Otherwise, people will have many questions. Can't just give up. Just saying that out loud. I would never do it. Not about that life. Yeah, true. This is the future. Get with it, old man. Don't need regulation. Mars settlers. Why don't we just set it up now? I mean, you know, make it like 1% chance maybe in the next 10 years. Although I guess you don't set up the initial price, right? People will choose that. People can decide whatever. Okay, well that took a decent amount of time. Let's go ahead and try it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. So if I look up Dioboron calci. Can I find this? You have to go directly to the website. Oh, maybe that person was joking. Let me read again what he said. I misunderstood. Oh no, he said someone is betting on the channel. I don't know. I don't see it. Not really sure. Feel free to send me the link if you're still here, because I'm very curious as to what that is. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. Oh, create vertical shorts. Let's try it. Okay, not surprising. We have an error. Quota has been exceeded. Oh, I see what's happening here. We maybe are saving too much in our locals because we're trying to avoid storage, right? Maybe there's a way we can get past this, though. Let's see how far we exceeded it by. Because the idea is we want the user to store these 3 short videos to keep our costs like way down, save like 70%, right? Supposedly. So let's go ahead and understand how we could do this. So right now our current strategy is like sending the shorts back to the user, not storing anything. We're getting this quota exceeded error in session storage. Is there any way we can work around this? Well, first of all, let's probably try to figure out how much we're going beyond the limitations for the session storage. I need to learn a little bit more about this, so let's ideate first. Like, how does this work? How can we, with 3 short clips, could we stay under the limits here? And just gotta learn more. I don't know. So it will teach me. Session storage is like what the browser can store. It's like the storage for the browser. There's session storage and local storage. I wonder if maybe we could put in local storage. Interesting. Oh, we're exceeded by 12. Solutions keep in memory. New search all. I don't want to store it on the server. Option 1. Ah, that makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We don't have to store. The user doesn't need to store it at all. Because as long as they don't refresh the browser, we just have to make sure. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, cool. If they refresh it, they're going to lose their clips. This is, you know, part of the way we do this. Okay, option 1 makes a lot of sense. So they basically receive it. They don't store it, but it's just kind of like in memory. Is there any limitations, you know, as far as like in memory? Well, just make sure are we in the kind of bounds that make sense for you know, storing these clips in memory for the client. Because I think if you have too much stored, it's going to be very slow. I think the website will slow to crawl. But I don't think we're anywhere near what that would be. Imagine. Nice. Great. That makes a lot of sense. Right, because a YouTube video is easily. Granted, you only have some. But anyways, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it this way. Hey, Nasthorus. What AI tools do we use? We're using Cloud Code. We're using anti-gravity, because anti-gravity gives you some free credits. Take advantage of that. And right now we're building an open source tool. It's a tool that we're using for ourselves, but we're making it available for everyone. Just enter your own keys, and it will be fairly cheap. So 1 cent per short is what we figured at the end of the day. But we'll try to get it down as much as we can. We want to undercut everyone else. So, but we're probably just we're gonna deploy it, and if you want to pay, you can pay that really cheap, or you can just use the open source thing and do it yourself. Just enter the keys and everything. We're just gonna make it very open and free, because this is just a tool we're making for ourselves. So it's not really the part that I'm trying to make money on, because this does exist, but it's just expensive. Not like a unique tool or anything. You have to pretend you're giving a lecture. You'll learn a great American accent. Hey, maybe that's a tool. If someone can figure that out. Whisper flow, that works for. My mom has a really heavy accent, so someone like her, maybe a smaller market, but. How do you handle product? Yeah, so we do all that on stream. So all the product marketing, better analysis, we do all that kind of together almost, and I just talk it through about what we're doing. Yesterday we're working on this site. Well, maybe we found something, but and I'm just I'm the only one working on this, so it's just monolith, right? And then task planning. Task planning is very. Someone called it geriatric, which is fair. We just put in the notes what we're doing, and that works for me. For you guys, it might be a little bit of an eyesore, but I don't really want to do anything else. Sorry. Automate the task planning. Well, we automate in the sense that we plug it into the AI, what we figure we want to do. Oh, you're talking about the marketing. Yes, throughout all this process, we're talking with the AI. So we're IDing together, IDing with the AI for marketing, for kind of built up a plan of what we're going to do. So, it's kind of like a very modern approach, figuring out what we're doing. A lot of it's just talking, you talk, figure out, hey, does that make sense? No. Let's ask some more questions. AI processes. Well, it depends what you mean by process, but yeah, for coding and everything else, we're using AI. We're using AI for everything. Talking. The no and the refresh is actually fine. These are flow. Archon for planning. MCPs I haven't had good luck with, but if you found an MCP that works pretty well, I'm open to it. I've tried a lot of them, but I think it's a marketing thing, MCP. People needed a term for kind of what's the revolution that's happening now. Like AI has always existed, and so people started latching onto an MCP term, but it's not really, at least, again, not any that I've found that are good. So maybe there's some there. Just haven't found any. No, and the refresh is actually fine. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Let's try it out. We created these clips. Let's go ahead and go to the next page. Nice. Great. Okay, so here's how this would work, right? You put the webcam, and then you put what parts you want in the short. So it'd be where you are, right? Problem is I'm moving it around through it. Probably have to stick with one for now. Oh, that's cool. I like that. All right, let's try this out, guys. Process. Not surprising. Got some errors. Okay, what is this error? Oh, that was from before. I'll see the error on the back end here. Yeah, I don't see anything there. I'll just plug this in. Nice, so I'm gonna push before I make any other changes though, because I really like that selected thing. It's kind of cool. Okay, I probably will not commit any of the videos because we are no longer storing anything on the back end there. So we're getting this error, not seeing anything else on the back end. You might need to increase logging if this error does not have enough information for you to figure out what happened. Basically go through the flow. You know, right now we just did the processing step. So just go through that flow of the selection region to the actual generation of the clips and make sure we have everything we need. Your AI design, like how is an AI turned to code? So yeah, all this stuff, you know, what we just did, it's turned to code, you know. Helps having a software background because, you know, for the planning steps and everything else, and it's sort of a scenario of like you don't know what you don't know. So that does help. But with that said, you know, a lot of PMs at big companies these days, they're, you know, project managers, they're building their own prototypes and everything else. So, you know, you don't, especially for smaller prototypes or maybe some software you need, you know, you can do it without a lot of programming knowledge. Deploying the app to the public is a little bit of another story. There's some things you need to know, but you can learn them by talking with AI. I think one prime thing is security related concepts. You know, you don't want someone to do your stuff. So, you know, probably wouldn't deploy it to public until you, especially not with like, you know, storage, until you kind of know to put the rules in, you know, and make sure to guard your endpoints and things like this. So that way, you know, people can't mess with your stuff. So, but if you're just building a prototype for yourself, you know, it's great. It's you don't need to know too much. Project could potentially lean in subset of design patterns. Yes, I definitely agree. Some design patterns help when you're working the code. It's kind of like when you're doing this process, it's like a higher level abstraction. So if you know terminology, that it helps along the way. So, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and try this again. It's going to take a little bit to process because it's sending to Gemini. So it sends the transcript, analyzes the transcript, get the interesting points. And again, for any new people, this is an open source tool. So if you can follow it over here if you find a use for, like if you, and there's other tools too here. This is just one of them. Now we select the webcam. Just put it here again. Well, it's processing this time. That's a good sign. Did that work? Okay, I'm pretty stoked. That's working. That was pretty fast. These are different clips, right? Hell yeah. All right, that's a little glitchy on the UI, but it seems to be working. That's pretty cool. Let's download them. This is the downloaded version. We're making a little shorts processor, so you plug in a really long video. But the cool part about what we've done here is we made it really cheap. We're not storing anything on the back end. So it should be extremely cheap to run. The only thing we're doing is we're processing text data of the transcripts, and that's it. So there are some downsides. We can't really, if there's no transcript for an interesting part, so just a reaction, we will not be able to find the short's interesting clip there. But as long as it has an interesting transcript in the location, and we can do this, and it costs this is extremely cheap. So, again, this is open source too. Pretty happy with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and push that. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you guys have seen, but a lot of the tools to do this are really expensive. I could not find a tool to do this. So I think the next part we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this because this is part of this, but the next part we're gonna do is how it allow the user to enter their own API keys and everything, just in the website itself. So if they don't want to pay, they can just use their own API keys. And yeah. If you guys want to check it out, here's the repo. And we have some other tools on here too that we added yesterday as well. So can generate the chapters for your video. I think the next thing we're going to do, now that we have a shorts clipper that kind of works pretty well, we're going to add a tool for creating video ideas based on the transcripts. So you feed in the transcripts of your live streams, get some videos, get some video ideas, short ideas. So that's more of a research part. Like there's the lazy part, and there's the research part, I suppose. So if you're not lazy, not feeling lazy. Need another doc here for the planning element of that. So today we talked about kind of what we're doing with this channel. So if you guys are interested to know what we're trying to do, I talked about that in the beginning. So you can just rewind if you find that be something you want to look at. So the next part that we're going to do is this part. It should be pretty straightforward because we already implemented the transcript part of it. I'm gonna go ahead and plug that in. So I'm gonna ask this page here. You go ahead and remove the region selector part, the tool on the homepage, because that's something it's part of the Shorts creator flow. So it shouldn't be on the homepage because that's dependent on that one. So that is the same tool. But we are creating a new tool as well. It's called Video Idea Generator, something like this. So they feed in their live stream or video, and it will give them future shorts, give them shorts and video ideas based on the transcript for the video. So we already have builds getting the transcripts, so just use the same logic there. If we do deploy this publicly, we do need to connect it to Firebase because it does doing some Gemini generation, so we need a user account. But we could deploy to the public if we just allow them to enter their own API keys. We can maybe do that today. Granted. I know I'm not doing anything, but I don't know if people want to enter there. So I don't know, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll just keep it open source for now. Well, actually, never mind. Because it's open source, people can see, hey, I'm not doing anything. I'll think about it. Generally, I would not enter your API keys into random products. Really not a good idea. I think after this, we'll get back to the other project. I think this is the last thing that I wanted to do. On this tool. Cool. Yeah, for sure. I'm very lazy. I don't always put update, but a lot of times I do. Let me look at the commit history. Yeah, that's pretty good. It really take us 2 hours to commit this? What are we doing? I think that was when we were working on the shorts, which I guess that makes sense. Well, let's look at that. So I'm gonna look at the new thing, video idea generator. So I'm just gonna enter the YouTube URL of maybe the last one. Gemini already does this on YouTube to some extent, but we'll be able to customize our prompts to get the type of video ideas that we want. So that's what I like about this. Excuse me. Hey, how's it going? And Arky, we're building some tools for creators, but they're free. We're open sourcing it and stuff. So we have a Reels creator from Long Streams. It's very cheap to run and has no storage or anything. And you can generate a bunch of Reels from your videos. I can show it in a moment. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to use it for my channel. And I like that it's cheap. Okay, let's see if these video ideas are any good. Okay, so it analyzed this the last stream that I did. These are our themes. I guess you guys can answer if these questions are any good. Does Cloud Opus affect your mental health? I mean, not gonna lie, I might click on that, because what the hell does that even mean? Anyways. Building a financial newsletter with AI. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, you go online and try to do it, it's so expensive, but apparently we have accomplished the task of making reels from videos. So if you want to use it, it is here. This is the repo. You get a bank statement. That is that is true. It's funny. I don't really like this one. I think it's I don't think anyone would care about that. Ask me anything about Google's anti-gravity. No, that's not good. I wonder if we can get maybe better ideas if we customize our prompts. Like we give it a bunch of examples of good ideas for video names. Let's see the short ideas, just out of curiosity. Yeah, maybe this one, I guess. A hot take. No, that's not. Okay, cool. Well, we'll maybe tune that up a little bit later. I think basically we just change the prompts. Maybe play around with the models. Maybe try Cloud Opus. See what gives us the best ideas. But I'll probably be using that. Make some videos. But now let's move back to the other project. I think I'm good on this one for today. Yeah, we got it, the Kano. I think it's what I wanted. It's not probably the best for like a gaming streamer. They're not speaking a lot, but for me, it's perfect. I think it essentially just churn out a ton of these. So that's cool. All right, so I'm gonna go back to the other project now. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. Well, I guess before I do that, I'm gonna run something because maybe get a task going. I'm gonna close this one. Let me start it up real quick because we haven't started it up yet. Oh, we actually did. Already running over here. Oh, this is the other one. That's running here. Oh, it's actually already running. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna restart it because the heck that is. Okay, cool. So it's up. This is our performance with our sample portfolio. Let me see if the charts match now. Okay, they don't. So we have to fix that bug. So we'll probably just be doing some bug fixing for a little bit. Do some things we want to have work. But yeah, I think we start with. I guess we could start with a little bit of design elements. Like for example, these green things. Let's try to make everything really consistent. We made this file for like design critiques. Let's maybe feed that and try to improve this. And we'll go to the bugs after that. And we called it, let me exit actually. Go into different project. So this is going to be the theme, current theme. That's where we put the critiques. So take a look at the critiques here. I want to add, make sure everything is consistent, right? The fonts should be the same. Everything should be the same. Look at the current page, analyze. You might need to update this doc a little bit since we've made some changes. So first look at our current page, update the doc with our current design, colors, etc. Update the critique, and then make sure everything's consistent. Yep. Same fonts, colors that are consistent, no bright greens where it doesn't make sense. Kind of think of like a newspaper or something like this. Give it a shot. And redesign as well. So create the new doc and redesign. Also, try again with the landing page, right? Remember the general idea of the landing page was to very quickly show the user the value prop of the thing. So avoid any vague language. It should be very clear. This is what it does. Here's the button. Try it out. And so. All right, so I'm just going to run that while I go grab a coffee. So I will be back momentarily. Job site anymore. I am going to work on the job site maybe. Oh, right, that was one thing I was going to do. Let me check that. I added statistics to the job site to know how many people are looking at the site. Okay, it was 8 people, but looks like they're all from Twitter, so never mind. Maybe not. For some reason I saw there were signups like this summer, so if people were using it, I guess I would work on it. I'll think about it, right? I'm not really sure. Anyways, I'll be back. it wasn't running because you had yes. But you give the app free. I mean, that's an idea, right? Yeah, like I allow people the option shadow other people's portfolios. Project management, all levels is an issue. It's a good one. Oh, I think you, Anarchy, you were talking about some of those video ideas. I guess you're right? You know, maybe there's some video ideas I don't resonate with, but that might actually be good. So where we left up from yesterday, kind of added this send to chat feature, which is like as you're reading the newsletter, you might have questions and things you want to maybe ask about that relate to your portfolio, because we're storing your portfolio. You might be like, oh, this is interesting. You know, what does this mean for me? Maybe. So might be like, I don't really know what to feel about this, so I go to the chat. We should have some presets, right? So someone sends the chat some presets of like, I mean, for my portfolio, et cetera, et cetera. So I can click, just easily do some clicks. I guess if anyone's joining, this is what we're working on. So this is our thing that we worked on for the past few days. So it's not, we're currently working on the theme. What I like about this is it kind of takes into account your strategies and portfolio settings. So it knows that this is what I care about. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I think we're getting there. There's definitely some things we have to fix, but as far as like, what are we doing going forward, right? I kind of have a pretty good idea what we're gonna do. We're gonna add a lot more to the newsletter than this. This is just some data that we're compiling and building charts. Those two components. We want this is the upsell part. It's not clear right now what's going on for you guys probably, right? But this part is the AI analysis, right? And this first part, when you come in, it should be something really good, right? Like you see like some really, and I'm thinking maybe questions with the ... questions you might be interested in. We're like, hey, we know the answer to this, like a position that you have as this particular thing happening, maybe some news that they might have missed, as well as some good questions that have them being like, I do need to know that. And then they click it. And then that's when the pricing comes up. Like you can pay, you know, $15 a month and you'll get all of our AI analysis from like, give you ideas. And we already do this. So we already have like a bunch of sections stored in the database for the AI analysis, but now we need to focus on like figuring out what to show the person. And the cool thing, I think this is cool, we can learn from the user. We don't have to just rely on what they put in here about who they are. We can kind of guess based on their portfolio, what are they putting in there? We can guess their experience level, what they care about. And then we can show very good things here that we feel like would resonate with the user, so that way they click to pay. But there's a lot of things we have to do first. Like we have to make this clear what this is, because right now I think it's not. You just read this, you're like, okay. Yeah, so it should definitely probably say AI analysis or something. Oh, I noticed it changed the colors a little bit here. Looks, I like it a little better. It's a little muted, more muted reds and greens. Right now we're just trying to make the theme a little better. You can go back and forth between the days and choose, like, if you're interested in know what happened a certain day. Right now it's a little bit tough on Google, like, you know, if you know, things change on the web. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like things that used to exist, you have to use Wayback Machine or something. But it's kind of nice if you can go back, like, to figure out what the news was, you know. Like, let's say this service exists for years, you can go back to like a year ago and so know exactly what was happening that day. Sometimes like people delete, like websites delete news articles and change things. It's kind of, that's just an extra thing. We will definitely store just text data. So you can always use Wayback Machine, I guess. Sometimes you don't remember. You remember something existed. You don't remember where to find it. I can tell it's changing the colors a bit. We'll do a before and after so we can understand what exactly changed. It should change this green here. I hope. No, it didn't. I think we can agree the green is not good, right? Be something else. I don't really like the green under the, so you know, when we generate those charts of the data, I don't really like the green. Can we redesign how that conclusion looks, that verdict? Make it look a little more like professional and kind of fit the colors that currently exist. And I like this part too. I think this is useful because a lot of brokerages don't necessarily show this kind of stuff. And if you're someone who wants to learn more about like how your portfolio is actually doing, you know, are you taking on too much risk? These statistics are useful. You can just highlight and send a chat and learn more. You send a chat. We should format this in a way that looks good, and then we'll have the preset. We'll have a preset that comes up maybe. That's like, what does this mean? But we can go ahead and add that on another thing. Why not? It's an easy thing. Or maybe, should I save this? No, it's fine. So we want to add like sample, like someone sends to chat, right, across the site. We should have a bunch of sample options they can choose from. The first one should be like, what does this mean? And come up with some other sample things that they might want to add to the end of, you know, what they've sent to chat, right? Okay, it's not bad. A little weird spacing, I think. I don't actually like it as much as I thought I would. So let's go ahead and do like a before and after. I'm gonna wait till this other one finishes though. wish I was a designer, because I can tell like something's not quite right, but I'm not really sure what it is. Maybe it's the color, background color. It's maybe a little too off-white or something. But also the colors that we're using, I don't know. What do you guys think? If anyone has any ideas? We should just totally... I'll plug it back into AI and try to maybe figure out. Okay, cool, you can't drag. That's good. I should just ask it to stop asking me. CSS. Yeah, let's check it out. So if I send something to chat here, I'll send this to chat. Oh, that's not really what I was thinking. Actually, should we put it here, or should we put it when they actually send and then it shows sample prompts on like the middle there, which is a better flow? I'm gonna try to figure that out. Which do you think is a better flow? Like someone clicks sends to chat, they go to chat, then it has the sample prompts there? Or should we do what we're doing with the button, where we have the sample prompts under? Take into account our, I'm gonna plug in our target user again. Like, think about like a average user. Would they like this, or would this be confusing? It might be better just to send it to chats, and then because I think that's a little more clear what's going on. They're both clear, but maybe one's a little more clear. Automate it first, then user chat. I'm kind of with you. That's what I was thinking. I think it's just a little more clear. Like, they're both clear, but like once you're in the chat, you immediately understand what's going on. Whereas this, you're like, kind of have to do some processing a little bit. Like, you know. So I think that's what we... Wait, why is it doing stuff? I guess I didn't clarify. Hey, we don't want to make any changes. I'm just wondering which is better. Let's ideate. Ideate. It has trouble with the word ideate. I notice. Yep. AI agrees with us. The chat faster. Yeah, exactly. Great. Yeah, let's switch it to option B. That makes a lot more sense. That's good that the AI agrees with us, right? Usually does. Well, I have heard Gemini 3 is better for design, so maybe we should undo these changes that we're doing and try again with Gemini 3, because right now we're using Opus, specifically on our critiques of the design. Hey, Babao, didn't you make a thing for that purpose? Idea generator? I think sometimes you come up with ideas when you start working on something. Like you work on a project that you think is fun, and sometimes like you'll get an idea while doing that. So you can start with maybe a generic idea, as long as you think it's fun, right? Doesn't feel like a grind. Because it's hard to keep doing stuff when it feels like a grind and just burn out. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, that's perfect, yeah. That's perfect. Okay, so you click, and then you can... Although, should we put it here, or should we put it in the center? I think the center makes more sense. Oh, yeah, you're right. Anarchy, I think I should just... Because I have a feeling every single time I say ideate, it's just doing something that's stupid with conceive, devise. Strange. Does it? Anyways, let me know what you guys think. But I think it makes sense if it's in the center, right? It doesn't make sense here, but it's a little more clear what's going on. It should just be under here. Can you put those like sample prompts in the center? So that way it's very clear. You know, they see it immediately and they're like, oh, okay, I can understand what I do with this. Oh, interesting. Gremlin. You think it's the opposite? Well, I think their cursor will be wherever they were on the page previous, right? Let's just double check, but I'm pretty sure if I do this and I click, my cursor will be here in the center. Yeah. Financial management website. I think if you're interested, in, you know, it's what you spend your time doing, right? Sometimes it's the intersection of your two interests that you can get a good idea to. For example, I'm interested in finance, so I have a lot of fun building this. Like, someone else, though, building this would be really boring. But to me, it's really fun because I like it already. So sometimes find what other things you're interested in. Like if you're interested in fashion, interested in whatever. And you know, this project here, these tools, it's because I'm interested in the streaming. So got an idea there. I'm interested in gaming, so I have gaming ideas. So, you know, I guess they're all coming from intersections. So maybe find like, maybe it's something you studied in college, like maybe you studied music in college. And you could build something there. That's probably a good place. As I really do believe the idea, if you build something for yourself, and you like it, like you end up really like using it, probably you just have to get people's eyeballs on it. But once you do that, maybe you can sell it. True, yeah, people do move the pointer to the input box. I'll see what both look like, and then we'll decide what makes sense. Well, maybe ask AI too. Oh, it's still here. No, what I meant was put it in the center, you know, like where the actual chat is. Like we're gonna put it under the... Yeah, that looks good. And Godot, yeah. Yeah, you know, games are really fun. I like it. It's very visual. You can just be really creative. Maybe we should make some more of these songs. Make a guitar. I already did, actually. Yeah, I remember using Godot. It's pretty cool. Like, but I just recommend if you're using Godot to make the game, don't use the MCP. Just modify the files directly. It's way better. We made a little game. Okay, let's try it out. So if I send a chat, okay, we'll fix that thing. Like if you're on a smaller screen, you can't see the chat. Fix that. What do you guys think? You think it makes sense here or over here? I actually liked it maybe before I go down here. I think you might be right. It just kind of looks a little... Oh, it's also off-center. Yeah, that makes sense. You made the first game. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Definitely, I think there's probably some... Got a cool little game concept. Fix the formatting here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the prior one for now. Let's revert and do the opposite. So let's do what we had before, which is just put it on that same, not centered, just like the first iteration that you created was good. Realistically, we probably should have just saved, but we don't need to waste generation. But okay. I just made it a branch or something. Chatbox should have a fixed attribute. Oh yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Be sure. Yes. There's really no scenario where you wouldn't want the chat at the bottom, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're scrolling or anything. Let me look at ChatGPT real quick, or Gemini. Pretty sure it does that, right? Oh, one thing they do is they put the box in the center of the screen when there's no chat. I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, you're right. They're all fixed. There, it's always there. So, 100% agree. So fix box, have the things above, and probably make this bigger, right? The chat should probably be up here. So I have this. And we can, yeah, I think the flow should just be text box, right? In the center, just the same as all these other chat websites. Okay, let's take a look, see if that worked. Okay, yep, so now we'll do the fix thing. Okay, so two things. Number one, the chat at the bottom should always be fixed, so that way people can always see it. And then number two, when someone comes to the page, they just shouldn't have to click to start a new conversation. It should automatically text box right there. They can start typing, and it should be centered. The text box is centered in that scenario where there's no conversation. And it's kind of like, pretty clear what it's doing. So that's what you should do. Hey, Debicus. Why is there a scroll? The screen has an empty chat. Exactly. That's what we're doing right now. Definitely clean up a few things here. I definitely agree. The scroll should just kind of like... I think once it makes it fixed, then it won't be scrolling. But yeah, it's a good suggestion for sure. Chat. Yeah. Let's make, oh right, we were gonna make a new current theme and use Gemini for the design this time. So I'm gonna do that. We want to get good critiques to understand where we're going wrong here. Change this. So we want to take a look at the front end, and I'll just attach it. Let's create a new doc called Design Critiques. I want you to take especially a good look at today's brief. We feel like there's something off a little bit. Try to understand like the colors, the spacing, understand what's making us have that feeling. The general objective here is this should be very readable, right? Like it should feel exciting to read, very pleasant to look at. Then I'm going to attach the target user. I'll try. See if we can. So pay special attention to that today's brief page. We want that, and including the generation, include the analysis of the design to include what we generated, from the charts to the, the chart colors to the, that hidden section for the view full portfolio, all that stuff. Just design, consider all of that in your analysis. Okay, let's double check, see if that worked. Great, that looks a bit better. Still scrolling, right? But let's go ahead and try this. Did a little glitch, which is not surprising because it got confused. I think if someone does that send to chat, it should just be in the center, right? Everything should be in the center. So it kind of glitches down if someone does send to chat, comes down. We should, if someone does send to chat, creates a new conversation, right? And everything should be in the center. The chat, it's kind of like someone typed it out, right? Went to the research page, typed it out. That's what it should look like. So the chat should only come to the bottom once they actually send something. Let me see, got some comments here. Good stuff. Yeah, agree. Curious, thank you. Curious. I've been programming for since high school. I started with Minecraft plugins. I got into it. But I really enjoy working this way. It's a lot of fun. So you're talking about oh, I see. You're saying basically like what you guys say gets plugged into the model. Is that kind of what you're thinking? That'd be a lot of fun. I kind of like that idea. We could just, grab every 5 minutes, maybe your guys' text and put it in some ideas doc or something and just plug it in or something. Something like this. Scroll bar, I think you're right. That makes a lot of sense. You're exactly right. The left needs a scroll bar. It's either a scroll bar or we cut it. Well, you cut it and then you do scroll bar. So. Okay, this looks a little weird, but like you said, it's because of what we just said. Like, the reason why it's down here is because of all these conversations. Let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm gonna look at Gemini real quick. How are they doing it? I feel like they're not using a scroll bar on the left, are they? What are they doing? Yeah, they are. Okay, it's just a scroll bar and it's collapsible. We could add that, I guess. So can you make it so the chat part, the conversations, they're scrollable on the left, and it should get cut off at a certain point, so that way it doesn't make the whole page scroll. And secondarily, it shouldn't be collapsible. It's a pop-out panel. That's a good point. I'm gonna actually use that terminology. It's great, you guys. It's a pop-out panel, right? Hey, Lord, how's it going? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely the chat log. Super easy. It's actually on my computer. The chat log. It's just with Restream, all your chats are just immediately going to my browser. So very easy to just scrape and put it in something. Deep chat directing design. Oh, I 100% agree. You would have to analyze whether that makes sense to do economically. Take your guys' chat and put it in. You use a really cheap model or something. Maybe I have to approve it, right? I have to be like, hey, these are good ideas or not. I'm not too sure when school was for you, but I'm working. Oh, gotcha. I started about 11 years ago. I started back when Minecraft was more new. Not right when it came out, but like maybe like 4 years after. That's where I started. Mobile, yeah, that's a very good point. The mobile point on the chat conversation thing. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's exactly right. Sidebar. True. Oh yeah, you're right. Pop out means it's gonna. Okay. You're right. We'll see. But I think it figured it out because it says sidebar. But I don't see any changes here. I don't see any changes here. So basically it's a sidebar, right, that we can collapse. And also it should be separately scrollable. So you can think about it like it's a sidebar. the other part of the page should not scroll with that. Is that a better way to say it? Probably, right? Let's see. So, sounds good, Lord. 7. 1981. Damn. Grandma, that's cool. And I kind of wonder what that would have been like. We, the CS curriculum, you still do learn assembly. So we have a little bit of a taste. But to actually do it in the prime time, be a interesting thing to do. I wonder, like, if I was to go back to that time, would I have been interested in programming? Maybe not, right? Not sure. This looks a lot better. Thanks, guys, for the suggestions. I think this looks quite a bit better. I think on mobile, it's going to be wacky. You're going to have to redesign that. To look what they're doing there. I think it's like on mobile, right? It's just this would be gone, and you can open it or close it. But I think I'm gonna leave it for now. We'll come back to the mobile part. Not really target user at the moment. Well, it is the target user, but just I don't really feel like working on that at the moment. Screw it. Takes like 2 seconds. Okay, so can you make this good on mobile? So the when you're on a mobile device, it should be minimized, and they can open it. But on mobile, you shouldn't have both because you can't really. This doesn't look very good. By default. Okay. Mobile responsive. Let's use that terminology. I agree. Why not? But I am going to go ahead and interrupt that before I make more changes because I like what we've done thus far. This is the front page, so I'm not going to commit that yet. This is also the front page. Just these two things. I think we did make some changes to the send to chat, which I think is or here probably. Oh no, it's here probably send to chat. We'll see if it works if I stash later. On mobile, it should be a burger menu icon. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for the terminology. We're using our collective brain to use the right terms. No software to do it either. So wow, that's cool. Real life anime husbando. Thanks. I'll take the compliment, I guess. Booby butt. I have LLMs. I try to vibe code. Always work. Yeah, for sure. As your project gets bigger, a good rule of thumb: keep the file length under like 1,300 lines, I would say. So for us as humans, that doesn't really matter. I'm gonna change the song. What is this? I made this song. Us as humans, the line number of the file doesn't really matter, but when you're passing all that as context, it gets worse. So you gotta take strategies to be a little surgical what you pass in. So I just make new files when there's a big feature. I just try to keep the file length and refactor whenever it gets over a certain amount of characters. Where it really struggles is if there's a lot of interconnected code, Like if you're changing a shared piece, a ton of things depend on that shared piece. That's where you're gonna have a little bit of trouble. But as long as you keep it kind of modular and like for that specific thing, it's usually pretty good. And cool idea. What are you coding? What tools are you using? No worries. Marinade and Heineken. I like Blue Moon. Trying to code. I don't know. I think I'm missing a few chats. Sorry. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, I was a back-end dev, mostly. A little bit of front-end, but mostly back-end. I worked Java Spring. I was on a security team, authentication, and on like just the internal tools team. Those are all just sort of Java Spring and everything. Coding. I'm using, I'm making this kind of newsletter thing. Earlier today, we worked on some tools for creators that we open sourced. So you can create shorts, very cheap. I'm happy with this. I'm going to use it right after the stream ends. I'm going to make a ton of shorts and we'll see if they're any good. I mean, I guess if you guys want to, we could. I don't think you guys are interested in that though, right? Like just making shorts for my videos. I don't think people care about that. But also, I don't really know if I want to watch myself on the stream. It's kind of a little strange. But yeah, we made some tools to use, and now we're working on this portfolio newsletter. The idea behind this, I'm still trying to figure out if you guys can come up with a condensed way to sell this. Like I understand what I'm building. I think it's cool. But the idea is it's like a newsletter, and the name newsletter does not sound exciting. So I know when I say newsletter, people are probably like, it's stupid, but a little bit. The idea is it takes your portfolio into account, and it gives you news you care about, gives you analysis you care about, gives you how you're performing, statistics, and anything you read in the newsletter, you can hover over it, send a chat, ask questions. So it's kind of like a research / get up to date with the current news and have a little bit more in-depth analysis like we do. We actually do data analysis on historical price data. We build scripts using AI and run it and create cool charts. We have to fix a bug though where the charts don't match the question, but this is yesterday's question. We'll fix that today. Anyways, so that's what we're building. However, I should come up with a very brief and condensed way to sell this. I think that's something I really have to figure out. Like, what is like the 2-sentence blurb of what this is, right? That like people are like, yeah, that's cool. Not really sure yet. Yes, I had to write a lot of tests, and I'm sorry, but I did not enjoy it that much. I understand the importance, but my manager told me I need to embrace test-driven development. And I was like, fine. Just like, I don't know. Does it have shorts? Yeah, max plan. Yeah, I'm on the 5x max plan. Definitely the $100 was way better than, I don't need the $200 one. So this is my usage thus far. So I'm way under. The reason it's glitching like that is because I'm using iTerm, I think. But anyways, yeah, so I'm way under what I would. I'm coding 8 hours a day, so live dashboard. That's better terminology. It's a live dashboard. Something has to be there though, that people understand what's going on. Yeah, exactly. Gremlin, let's do that. Yeah, 100% I agree. Let's ask the AI. I haven't asked it yet. You know, part of this is me thinking out loud and realizing things I need to do. So, we want a brief and condensed way to like market this, right? Like when I'm explaining this to people, what's the like 2-sentence blurb that will get them feeling, hey, this makes sense, kind of cool. Portfolio and a single pane of glass. Originally, I was thinking it's an IDE. Like, so yesterday I said it's an IDE for your portfolio when there was 17 people watching the stream, and it dropped it dropped down to like 9. I was like, oh, okay, maybe that was not the right terminology. So I think I'm dropping that idea. I don't think people resonate with that. Yeah. Yeah, see ethic text. Yeah. I know. I'm on this. What do they call those? I'm more of maybe a cowboy coder or something. I just enjoy a little bit less process, I guess, if that makes sense. I understand there's like definitely different ways to approach it, you know? Component library I'm just using Tailwind for the CSS, using Next.js. Actually, I'm using React for this one. Next.js was the other one. Using TypeScript though. End up an agent. Yeah, I could, but it kind of wastes generations to ask for better wording every time. And also time. I don't really want to. Hey Sanjay, how's it going? Oh, is it? I already know that. Single pane of glass. Single pane of glass. Had that become popular? Haven't heard it. You don't have any cards there. Yeah, that's fair. It's true. It's getting late. Using cloud plugins. I'm using Cloud Code. Okay. But what's the sentences here? That was what I was asking. AI-powered market insights, portfolio analytics, historical backtesting. Okay, you can maybe say something like that. This is kind of true. Yeah, okay. I think that could work. Something like this. You say it's a tool where you can do historical backtesting. The problem is we just have a lot of things going on here, right? A lot of things that we're providing for the user, so it's hard to say it in a condensed way. Hey, AJB. We're just figuring out how to explain what we're doing in a condensed way, so that way we can market it a little better, which is going to be important for everything, right? Not just how I'm explaining it to you guys, but we have like a bundle of features that I think are cool, but I'm trying to figure out like, it's like we have a newsletter / you can manage your portfolio, you get statistics, you get news, you can backtest. We're going to add that using like natural language like this, ask questions, build scripts to run those hypotheses that you have, you know, or some sort of question you have, like how did it perform in the past when this did blah 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 blah, you know. Personalized, okay, that's actually pretty good. Personalized Bloomberg terminal. I think my only hesitation is it's kind of not really a terminal. Like this is a terminal, right? Whenever I think terminal, I think like something like this. It's like, okay, you come into this, if I say it's a terminal, people are gonna be like, eh, looks like a news site. I think, but you're definitely onto something there. If we just compare it to a product that exists, maybe we could say it's like a morning brew / terminal. No, maybe don't use morning brew, but something comparable that is resonates with the target demographic. Well, yeah, of course you can't advertise, hey, it's Bloomberg, but I'm just saying, like, when I'm explaining it to people, I could give a quick blurb, you know, about what we're doing. Likewise, I'm explaining it to other people, or you guys are explaining it to other people rather. You're like, he's building this, and it kind of makes sense. Okay, here's the problem though. We have a lot of different features, right? How do we condense the idea down into something we could say in 2 sentences? Like, all the things you come up with only have a portion of what we're doing. Yeah, thanks, AJP. I mean, maybe we could call it, like, it's kind of like a quant, sort of. Not really. Not really. You could just say it's a personal portfolio assistant. Maybe we just say something like that. Personal financial portfolio assistant, right? And within that assistant, maybe it's like the Prism assistant, right? You can do a lot of things. You got your news, you got your portfolio analysis. Well, let me go with that. And then after we say that terminology, we'll say the newsletter, you got the backtesting stuff, you got the research tab, the portfolio tracking and stats. I'll just make it clear to people. Something like this. Okay. That's pretty good. That's just the first sentence, though. Okay, cool. I think that first part's not bad. Oh, not that part. This part. Cool. I'm glad. It's definitely better than what I was saying, right? Whether it's cool. And this is very customizable, so you can add a lot of stuff. Like for your daily email, you can change. And we're going to add it so maybe for those graphs and data, they'll be based on things you care about too. Because right now we just send these are all the same for everyone. And maybe they can say, I care about more valuation stuff or something. Or maybe we just depend on this. Regardless, I want what they get as an email. Because that's kind of the differentiation a little bit. Because there's a lot of sites that are newsletters, but they're not very customizable. Like, we're just sort of sending everyone the same stuff. Cool. So we were working on the theme a little bit. The Gemini 3 looks like it somehow got froze here, so I'm gonna make a new chat. Try again. Frozen. Here's gone. Nice. Heineken's good. It's my second favorite. I like Blue Moon though. Close this because we already I'm gonna move this because this was our other thing we were working on. Bold it. Okay, so let me look at the to-do. I think we already do this. Oh, we haven't done the second part of this. Things get answers, not just information. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll put that down here. In natural language, right? Like the sell here is you don't have to make scripts and stuff, you know, you just ask a question, makes the script, iterates on the script until it can answer your question. It's part of it. That would be the premium. So. I think I'm also going to work on while we're waiting for that. Fix this bug with the charts. Try to understand what's going on there. I checked in Firestore and it does store the script correctly for the new day, but I think it's running the last days somehow instead. So I'm gonna do it in this one. Okay, good, we're already in here. Yeah, you know, actually, Aloyn, I'm a little bit curious as to... Oh, why am I doing slash club? Yeah, what are your kind of pain points when you're starting as a, you know, when you're just starting? I feel like sometimes, you know, because of my background a little bit, it's hard to, you know, for sure, I can guess, like maybe where the learning curve is. I'm guessing it's the terminal, it's the, you know, commands. It's also, you know, if you're actually deploying the app, there's that aspect of it. You know, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of stuff, you know. So I think, yeah. So I can kind of imagine what it would be. So what we would like to do is, right now we have this bug where the scripts for the charts is being run on the prior days, because the chart is not, I'm pretty sure that's the problem. The chart that is there is the prior day's chart, even though I verified what's stored in Firestore is the right script for the current day. So somehow there's some mismatch here. I'm thinking it has to do something to do, well, analyze the flow currently. Do you have any idea why we are doing that currently? Take a look at the regenerate tweets section, because I think there is some sort of weird flow here where somehow the charts are depending on us generating the tweets. It's kind of weird. This is gonna be a weird one. I'm gonna make sure to ask it to only not code yet, because we need to figure out what's going on there first. So man, first, what app to use, what AI is best, how to prompt. Right, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, common pitfalls. Definitely, I think anti-gravity is good because it always has like a implementation, a plan, and then a walkthrough for like when you're beginning. A lot of terminology, right? Like if you're just starting, are probably like what, you know, even things like front end, back end, all this thing. It's like, you know, there's a lot of things just to. It's not like they're like, a lot of it's not like super complicated, I would say. It's just, you know, I could understand there's just a lot of terms, you know, be a little overwhelming. And I think as, you know, something when you study computer science in school, you kind of get a sense of like how it's okay you're going to run into problems. That debugging process, I remember in school, a lot of people get really frustrated, like I must be not smart enough or something. I have this bug and I'm just looking at it and I can't figure it out. And it's like, okay, but that whole process of like putting in, debugging and then putting in the logs and then figuring out what's going on, learning what the code is doing, that whole process when you're just starting for a lot of people is very frustrating. Then you kind of get the hang of it where it's like, okay, the computer, you're going to have some problems and it's just like iterating on it. I think there's a little bit of a psychological aspect of like understanding, hey, your every single thing you do, there's going to be tons of problems usually, and you can figure it out. Like you get that, you just have to keep kind of thinking about it. Eventually, you'll get it. And the reason I say it is I just know there was a lot of people, like my friends, who they would get get pretty frustrated debugging and working on their projects. I'm using it. Yeah, so I think I would just note that, like if you're having problems, just know like some of the smartest people, like, I remember Karpathy, I repronounce his name on Twitter. He was like complaining about how hard it was to set up something on the, there's like a project setup thing. And it's like, if even that guy is having problems, and he was very, I can show you guys the tweet. He was very like forthright about his problems and how he's like really hard to debug and stuff like this. So, that guy's a genius. Like, so it's just the part of the process. Even if you are doing this natural language thing of like, you're coding with the AI, you're going to run into some bugs and some problems that sometimes, like for example, this one here, especially as the code base gets bigger, it's just going to require us to talk and think about it for a while, and that's okay. We can always go do work on something else if we get frustrated with it and come back to it later. So it says it could be between the document ID and the date field. Might be worth exploring. That sounds like it could be it. That's right. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Okay, so that's was before. What we want to know is, I think there might be something wrong with Gemini 3 at the moment because it's not finishing this task. If anyone else is using it, let me know. Sorry, I'm gonna change songs here. A little bit of refreshed sounds. If you guys use Suno, V4 is the best for just chill music. Oh, it did I forgot we were doing that, the research tab for the mobile. Let's see what that looks like. Hey, that looks pretty good. Nice. That's partly you guys with our terminology. No, I think that looks pretty good, right? Could be better, but cool. I'm not gonna commit that yet because that's the it says it's working on some bug fix or something. It's a little too sad music, I think. Or crying. Alright, let's maybe remove the piano. Maybe tranquil's not the right word. Moody. Let's see. Are using cloud and oh yeah, so I just, when you see me switching around, I'm just trying to optimize my credit usage. Like, I would use anti-gravity right now, but like, if you use it constantly, you get rate limited, so you can't use it too much. So I just, you can use just one, you don't need to multiple, unless you're trying to, just try to send a bunch at the same time. I'd be, just a general rule of thumb though, don't modify the same file with multiple agents, because you could kind of get in a little bit of a rut that way. You're going to use multiple, kind of have them working on different areas of the code. So maybe one's on one page, one's on the other. Maybe multiple projects even, however much you can juggle in your mind on what you're doing. You can see when I'm working on this, I tend to even forget what I'm doing sometimes. So be like, oh yeah, we did that, I forgot. Also, anti-gravity. Committed stuff to get for you. I guess I haven't seen that feature. I don't really want it to do that though, because I like to be in control of what I'm committing, because it's important to be able to undo changes. Because sometimes you get in a bit of a rut, right? You undo, go back, try again. If you get in a rut and you've already committed everything, it's a little tricky to undo that. Work on this app. How long does it usually take? I've been working on this, I'll just say in hours, I would say. Probably 8, 4, 32, probably 40 hours. I think 40 hours, yeah. Maybe a little under. Seems like a lot, doesn't it? Alright, so I think see, this is a scenario where I think it broke something. So in those scenarios, I usually undo the last change it did. I'm gonna look. So I'm gonna read how it made this change. Alright. Sorry guys, this music is a little, I don't like it. I'm gonna switch to the others. I think it's because we didn't have lo-fi in it, maybe. So the problem is, we've already stored our market analysis, right? So somehow, it's changed, broke the finding it. I think it's no longer using the date. Can you undo this last change? Now we can no longer see our market analysis for the current day. Whatever change you make here, let's ideate a little bit on it first. Look through the flow. Remember, this is specifically about the charts, not the full market analysis. So the charts, we're generating the charts on the wrong data, prior day's data. All the other data is correct, right? So just note that. But don't code up the solution here. Undo the last small change you made here. Let's try to figure out what's going on. Next time, head to beg. Sounds good. Good night. Thanks for joining. Gravity versus cursor. Gravity versus cursor. I like, I think anti-gravity is good for free credits. You get a lot of free Gemini credits. And it does have some nice thing for beginners, and that gives you a nice walkthrough. I think anti-gravity is pretty good. Cursor's kind of the same thing, but I can't really think of, I think definitely anti-gravity is still beta, so you can't even, you get rate limited sometimes. I'd recommend just switching between them. That's what I do. When one's rate limited or whatever, I just switch. No loyalty whatsoever to any of these. I guess I'll try this one again. It froze at some point. I know why. So it's kind of thinking through what might be the problem. We can tell it did undo those changes because the page is loading. Oh, let's make sure. Yeah, see the page loads again, so it did fix those last changes. Used a lot of tokens in that last one. Is what it is. Sometimes you gotta use a lot of tokens. So I have to read this and understand it because this is one of those pesky problems. Okay, that sounds like a problem, potentially. I mean, it's definitely this, right? I'm gonna make sure, I believe the charts are right for today in storage, so I'm just gonna double check, but pretty sure. Oh no, it's not, okay. We told it the wrong thing. Oh, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Let me delete these. And I'm gonna see what it does when I delete these. I think there'll be an error. Let's see. Okay, interesting. So it's getting the wrong day's charts. So here's another piece of information. When I deleted 12.5 charts from Firebase storage, it got the prior day's charts, which means that it's still getting the charts, the prior day's charts on the homepage. make sure, like the way this should work, right, is like it should try to pull in the charts from storage. If they are not there for 12.5, granted this, it sounds like we're caching the charts. Let's just remove that for now. I don't think we need to. They're just images. Let's no longer cache the charts for now because we're going to do this for testing. So if you could remove the, or just maybe you could add a button, force refresh the cache. I guess I could just restart the, because it's just in memory, so just start. That's a good thing. Can you add a button to force refresh the chart cache? Actually, do we already have one? Let me check. Oh, these are bad names. Clear and regen charts. Okay, that gives us a little signal. Let me see if it made a new chart. Firebase. It did. Okay. It did make the same old charts, which means that it's using the prior days scripts. So here's what I did. I deleted the current day's charts, Firebase, and then I force regen the charts, and I made new charts using the prior day's script. So somehow it's whenever we're running the scripts to create the charts, we're getting the prior day's scripts. So try to figure out why that's the case, right? To generate those charts, we're doing that. And I'm going to do one more thing before I send that, which is delete all the charts and then see what it does. Because then we'll know for sure that it's doing that. Okay, so definitely that's what it's doing. Let me check in Firebase. Okay. So we have validated that it's essentially running the script of the prior day to generate today's charts. So try to understand why it would do that. I guess double check, or are we? Yeah, just go through the entire flow. So. This is more of a debugging process. Sometimes you'll run into weird problems, and it helps to have a little bit more. So you can kind of just ask, understand why. You can use it to help search where the problem is. Sometimes it tells you. So I think Gemini 3 is, I'm probably rate limited, I suppose. Gemini 3 here. Maybe switch to a cursor. Oh, I can get more. Oh, brutal. 1 second. Why did they do this to me? Alright, so I gotta go through and do a bunch of shit. let's see, one sec. I gotta do something on my phone. Sorry, guys. I gotta do something for a while. Okay, cool. Sorry, that took a while. I think. God. All right, cool. So we reset everything. I think we're good to go. Yeah, I think. So I can turn on the camera again. Hey, how's it going, man? Back Snapper. We're building this financial portfolio AI assistant. It does a number of things. Let me pull it up here. See, is my camera and stuff on now? Oh, it's not. 1 second. Okay, cool. So it gives you it tracks your portfolio, gives you news based on your portfolio. You can customize what you get as news in the every day. Sends it to your email, and within that, you can chat about things related to your portfolio that you see. You can also run backtesting. In other words, you can say, "Hey, I'll show you these types of questions. What history says, what happened when something happened," and you'll be able to ask this in regular language, and it will build something, answer the question. Right now, we're fixing a bug, but this chart is answering the yesterday's question. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Just a bit ago, when I opened Cursor, they're refreshing. I need to regen a bunch of keys, so one moment here. It's your tech stack. I'm using TypeScript, Tailwind, the backend Python Flask. I'm using Firestore, cloud storage, and I'm using Gemini 2.5 Pro for the chat. For the data, I'm using Y-Finance for now, but we're going to switch once we, maybe we'll do that today. Switch before we deploy it. We'll have to pay a little money. And we're using some open license valuation data, but we don't need to use Y-Finance for that. I think that's it. And to deploy it, we use Vercel for now. Probably just keep it there. Today we worked on this tool, though. You might be interested in. It's kind of like a creator's tool. I'll open it here. It's on 5. I'll see. I think we stopped it, actually. But anyway, it's just a tool that you can make shorts. You can do a bunch of different things with videos. And it's open source, so feel free to check it out. Very cheap. We don't store anything. Like, you just enter your API keys and stuff, so we don't charge. Let's see. I gotta regen a bunch of keys, so that's why I'm on this other screen. Try it out. Hey, Sithconic, how's it going? I'm regenerating keys, so I'm just on this other screen. Have you tried out Opus 4.5? Yeah, Opus 4.5 is really good. Gemini is pretty good for design. Gemini 3. Okay, and I just have one more token. I'll do this one. Okay, cool. Okay, then for this project, I have to reset the keys too, but I think I just gotta plug it in. I just make sure it works. I'm gonna reset the back end. Alright, change the keys. I think it should work, everything. Cool. So try it out. My chat should work. Nice. All right, I think we're good now. Not bad, yeah. Cool. Also, not sure why this is dark. Chat should not dark. Maybe you'll change that. And so our original plan was to open cursor so we could use Gemini 3 there because it stopped working on anti-gravity. Close everything. To dark mode. Better. Okay. So right now, anti-gravity's. See if it works on a cursor for Gemini 3 model. Oh, I hit the usage limit. Okay, so we cannot use cursor. Okay. Never mind. I'll run this one more time. If it doesn't work, then we'll just skip the design. Because I wanted to try to redesign some things on the site, but it's fine. Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, fun gaming. Oh, it looks like it's actually working now, maybe. Oh, right. We ran a thing about... Did it figure out what the bug was? Let's read it real quick. About the charts. Are we caching the charts? Is that what's going on? Because I deleted the charts on the back end and still got the charts. Can we stop caching the charts? Because just for now, so we can figure out what's going on. I don't think this is it, but in theory, maybe. So I'm going to delete this again in the database. I do see it's like loading, right? Doesn't that mean it's running the script? Probably, right? Let me see if it generated it in the database. Hasn't. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refresh this completely. I want to see if it will work then. If we refresh the entire thing, maybe it'll get the right charts, in which case we're already done with that. Okay, yeah, so it's loading here. This is our like AI analysis. So this does not regen, but the daily brief does. 2 separate parts. So it'll take a little bit there. Did this ever finish? Okay. Well, is Gemini 3 down? I'm just gonna check. It's probably not, just I'm very limited. Okay, no. If I update. Oh no. Alright, that's alright. I closed the terminal. Okay, so it's reloading. Oh. Oh, I see what's going on here. Because I didn't delete it in the database. Okay, I'll just regenerate it. So currently, when I click regenerate, it's actually going to overwrite what's in the database currently for the day. If I click the admin tools regenerate. So we're going to see now that we updated if maybe we... I doubt it, but maybe it'll work now. That was copied a little bit too much. Okay, can we not? Eh. Boy. Okay, it really wants to look at the page, so I will let it. Okay, so can we just remove this whole caching logic here? It's just a little bit, we don't really need it at the moment. Like for now, it's fine to just get what's in Firestore. So just go ahead and remove this for now. We don't need it. Is it actually doing anything, or this opening of the browser? I don't think so. Just gonna close it. Okay, I guess we can't use Gemini, it's fine. All right, so working on this bug. Remove this caching logic. Go ahead and try it out. We have the recent charts. Aha, we have the recent charts. Always caching. Gross. Okay, but obviously these are broken, but I think I just need to refresh and it works. Save charts. What? No. Long yields. Let's save charts. Save charts button. This is interesting. I mean, what's in Firebase is different than this, right? So when I click Save Charts, what did it do exactly? Or is it storing it? I'm gonna ask it. So when I clicked Save Charts, what is it doing exactly? Like, okay, so please tell me okay. Go through the admin tools buttons, totally rename them based on what they're doing. So that way I can understand what they're doing. And then make sure that there is a button for refreshing the charts that are currently in the database, right? So like there should be a button that's just like skip the cache. No, there shouldn't be a cache right anymore, but there should just be a button of just like refresh charts, get what's in the database currently. If there is nothing in the database, then it should rerun the script, right? So there needs to be a little bit of logic there of like going through what the scripts are that are stored. Okay, I think we're getting there. I think this should work. And then we're good with this bug. And I'll be happy when we're done with this bug. It's not my favorite activity. But I think that makes sense. It's just a caching thing. Cool. I'm gonna let it finish. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. $130, $160 a month, some of this. Well, I mean, it's not, I guess it's not very little for a calculator. We can agree on that. It's a calculator, especially these days, not that interesting. Okay, so what do we have? What did we do? Save charts, yes. So they changed the buttons. Let's go ahead and understand. What we have. Where's from DB? What's weird is that's not what's in the DB. So why would that be? So, okay, very weird problem. I did regen charts from DB, and it is getting charts that are not in the DB. So some sort of thing is happening. Oh, thanks, man. Zoom. Yeah, we're... If you look up inflation calculator iOS, you'll see my app. It's like $4. It was number 42 utilities. But we should probably we were trying to think on how to expand it, but it's kind of hard to understand. Like I don't think anyone's gonna pay a subscription. It's a calculator. You need to add new things, and that's kind of hard because it's a calculator. Hey, neck brand duck. We're working on a bug right now. It's pretty weird, but I think we're getting close. So it has made some changes, mostly just logging. So let's go ahead and do that and then paste the logs. Oh, hey, Nick Brand. I think I forgot to answer your question. We're building a AI financial portfolio analysis tool. So it's like you can track your portfolio, you get news based on your portfolio, and like you can ask questions and get data. It builds scripts. It's like a little pipeline. Build some scripts, get some data, get some answers to your questions. And when you have questions on the news and things related to your portfolio, there you go in here. See, hey, what is this stuff? You can highlight it, send a chat, and we're gonna fix that formatting stuff. But you can ask, hey, what does this mean? Explain it, and you send it. And then based on what you've put in your preferences, kind of knows things about you. Yeah, that's me. I'm Dylan Burton, as you can see on the top. Dialbron is kind of just a play on my name. Yeah, it's called Prism. It's not deployed yet, so it's not public. We're working on it together. In some ways, it's mostly me, but if you guys have any suggestions. And you can get answers to your questions. Hey, what does this mean? Cool. You can ask questions about your portfolio too. So that's kind of the idea. Help people in their portfolio construction and get ideas. So it's going to give you, like, based on kind of what you're interested in, give you some potential investment themes that fit into what you're looking for. If you want to find things that fit within the Ozempic theme, right? You have all these companies that are being affected by Ozempic. So it gives you ideas like, hey, what do you think about this? Some things to consider. It doesn't give you recommendations, more of just information. Giving people information, the idea. And it's a newsletter, so you get every day too. You get an email of a bunch of stuff, like how your portfolio is, how it performed relative to the indexes. You know, if I want to invest in Pokemon. Yeah, that's a great question. Let's I guess we can try it. It's probably just gonna recommend Nintendo. Can't imagine it'll do anything else. Pokemon. We'll remove everything and just have Pokemon. Or maybe we'll try this. We'll put Pokemon at the top. And we'll use the ranking and see if it actually respects my ranking of Pokemon. Okay, and then I'll go here. And we need to regenerate our AI analysis. But we just changed the buttons. I don't see a button for AI analysis. So these are admin buttons. You get one of these per day, AI analysis, but I'm gonna add another button. That way we can test it. Yeah, I won't be using any of these Resend, MailChimp things. I'll be using AWS. It's way cheaper. Highly recommend. Not too expensive. You can get like 1 million emails for, what is it again? Hold on. I know it's like 10x cheaper, but I can't remember what it was. If you use AWS to send 1 million emails per day, how much would it cost? It's still going to be expensive, mind you, but it's much cheaper. So if you can get like 1% conversion or something, or 0.1%, I think it pays. I have to see. Oh, thanks, Nick Moran. Yeah, I'm a programmer, but I enjoy this process. It is fun. It's much faster. I'm not very good at front end stuff, so I mostly did Java Spring. And so you'll probably notice, like, I don't really know. For example, someone today said that I didn't know the term, the hamburger icon, so they kind of knew I don't do front end often, and they were correct. Also, my designing skills are not very good, so AI is much better than me at making stuff. I think this is okay, but I do think I wanted to today talk to Gemini 3 about the theme and the styling and stuff, because I heard Gemini 3 is really good at that. So we were using Opus to design this the day before, so we should probably try again and see if we can get something different. But with that said, I can't at the moment because I'm rate limited on anti-gravity, and I'm out of credits on Cursor. So for now, we are stuck with Cloud Code until I am reset. Or nice, yeah. And Charizard stonks. Oh yeah, I forgot we were doing this. Okay, let me make the button at the talking. Okay, can you make a button at the bottom of the today's brief? It should be refresh AI analysis. So it should be only the AI analysis part. There should be a button for refresh the market analysis, like the brief section, and also the AI analysis of your portfolio. So 2 separate buttons. And if you need another endpoint for that. What's your token? All right, and we asked another question about the cost of the 1 million emails per day. It's going to cost $600 a month, or somewhere between this. That's a huge range, though. Was it 30 million? This is 30 million a month, 3,000 a month. But you can think of that, right? Like 30 million. If you have 0.1% of users convert, that's like 30,000. It's $10 a month, 300,000. I mean, this is 1% your budget. I mean, but you probably, your average paying user probably be more like 15, 20, right? So I think it's, I mean, definitely, yeah, SendGrid, totally with you. That kind of thing is ridiculous. Update anti. I actually did that Find Destiny already. I upgraded. Oh, what? Interesting. I just clicked this, but now it says to do it again. So it must not have successfully. I will try again. It's gonna close my stuff, but it's okay. I run it again. Oh, you said sign into a different account on Anti-Gravity, so I missed that part. I'm not going to make the time to, I guess, make another account. Although that's pretty quick, right? All right, we'll do it. Because I do actually want to work on the theme a bit, so I'm going to make it. I'll just sign into new. Because it would be cool to get this looking nice. It already looks okay. Best. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and try it out. Let me loaded new account. For a really cheap option, you can send out Microsoft's 600 Power Automate webhooks. Is that cheaper than AWS? Just the sounds like it would be. Oh, 368. Huh. $5. Interesting. Yeah, worth exploring. Sometimes Anti-Gravity does this thing, and I don't really. I want to turn it off because. Well, I guess I'll let it do its thing, right? Right now it's analyzing the styles of the page and the spacing, so let's see if there's an experiment, maybe. That'll help. Verifying Anti-Gravity better than Cursor lately. Anti-Gravity is nice because you get a lot of free credits. That is nice. It has a few extra features. Walkthrough implementation plan. So better for beginners and things. What is your approach for design with LLMs? Gemini 3 is pretty good. You can do something like you can use Nano Banana, plug it into Gemini 3. Some people are doing that. Tried it. I didn't. But we could do a little more experimentation. I'm going to change the song. Whenever our songs end, it either plays a German song or Japanese. You know, it's not very good at recognizing the genre or playlist. Okay. Cloud Opus if you're rich. Yeah, I noticed. So if you want to use Opus, Cloud Code is the way to go with the subscription. Do Cloud Max, $100 a month. Expensive, but there's really no alternative. Like, it just costs a ridiculous amount really quickly, so you sort of have to. What advice can you give a beginner? I would say, you know, maybe just have fun with it. You know, just talk with the chat, learn concepts, kind of build some prototypes of things. I think AI is a great way to learn how to program and things like this. You know, it's going to be a little overwhelming at first because there's a lot of terms and things. And, you know, I think it can make it a little easier to learn because now it's a lot more, you get a lot quicker feedback loop. So you can build games, you can build little things to play around in. And, you know, if you're, whatever you do for work or whatever, you could build tools to help you there. So you kind of start doing that stuff and then ask questions about how things work. Yeah, start small, exactly. Start small. I think that's definitely, because if you start big, you'll get a little frustrated. Because, yeah. Interact with like the mobile front end, Electron apps. So far, only websites, no ideas. I mean, you could work on those, right? I guess what stops you? I guess you're saying the native AI is not very good at native development yet, like for mobile front end, etc. I think that's what you're saying. And that's true. It's kind of... Okay, so it finished our design critiques. Let's take a look here. Because I was curious about how we could improve. It feels dry and low energy. Okay. Being boring rather than focused. Maybe. Lacks the contrast and visual argument. Okay. Reliable but dated. Could be. Lacks the interactive feel of a modern digital product. You know, but if that's what we're going for, right? Potentially. It depends who our target audience is. I think our target audience is probably not too old. Right, 30s or 40s, right? I definitely don't want the modern terminal. Not a terminal. It's like a news site, sort of. Crisp editorial. Crisp editorial, maybe. We'll try that. That's it. But we'll try it as an experiment, right? Not gonna like write our other stuff. Before we get into that, though, I'm gonna do one thing, which is make sure we fixed. Well, there were two things we were doing. We're gonna test the Pokemon thing. And then we were going to fix the bug, and then we're going to change the style. Those are the three. Okay, so fresh AI analysis. It was supposed to put that in the admin tools, but it's okay. So let's do that. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Does the MCP actually help with the front end for mobile? That's actually interesting if it does. It's gonna take a little bit because it has to send it all to Gemini and everything. But maybe we'll get some Pokemon recommendations. We will see. It's just gonna be Nintendo. Maybe who else? Who else is kind of like a culty? So it should be in the areas to explore. I think I have to reload. I think this is the same. I wonder if it's the same problem where it's it grabbed what was stored and it didn't respect the new one. It should overwrite it if we regenerate it. So I think it's the same bug as what we were having with the charts. Let's just fix that first. So we added some logging here. And we're gonna go look when I click the regen. So if I regen the charts, I should see some logging. These are the logs that I'm pasting, and I'm gonna tell it what the charts actually are. actual charts stored in the DB are. That way it knows. So there's a mismatch in what's stored and what's being displayed. Thank you for the design part. Oh, I totally agree with you. Actually, yesterday we talked about maybe we hire someone off Fiverr or something. We try to find some way to get someone else's eyes on this, who really knows what they're doing when it comes to design. For me, what's good enough for me is going to be very different from an actual professional designer. But even I can tell something's not quite right with our current design. So I can just feel that it's a little inconsistent or something. Like specifically kind of this stuff. Just like the general feel of it. I don't know. It's definitely way better than when we started. 99 designs. If you live near a university. Oh yeah, maybe a good idea. YouTube. Well, the thing about the inflation calc thing is that was just early, right? That was like before the mobile stuff got pre-saturated, but so that's why that one is just kind of just chugging along, doing its thing. So I would say there was nothing really special there. So the marketing aspect for that is wasn't really much. I would say one thing that helped though is just making it free in the beginning. You make it free, get a bunch of good ratings, and then you can turn it to be paid once you have enough people vouching for it, because they're not going to pay for an app with no ratings. But a lot of people these days do subscription. I just don't think it makes sense for the calculator. Okay, so let's see what it came up with as far as this bug here. So restart the back end. Okay. Sure, we will do this as well. Oh, I think I realized something. We did not save it. Ugh. So you know the Pokemon thing? We didn't save it after we did that. So let's do it this time, but save it. We should okay, let's just do that real quick. So when the user is navigating away from the oh, okay, I'm gonna make this one. Please move those buttons to the admin tools. So below, it shouldn't be visible to the user. It should be below admin tools. And then we're gonna create a new one. And that's not there. It's in the front end, so if the user navigates away while they're making changes to their profile, their preferences, it should give them a little pop-up saying you have unsaved changes, basically, something like this. Are you sure you want to leave the page? So that way they don't lose their progress. And notifies them before they erase what they changed. Oh, I forgot to there we go. Just the keyboard. Okay, cool. So it's below. We fixed the button thing. And then this, we added logs. So let's regen and then see what the logs are now. Should do like some... Do you see anything for actually getting the charts themselves? Right? Are we actually getting the charts from the database? Because that would explain why it's not getting them. What I tend to do, sorry, I missed some comments here, so I'll just go through them here. 99 designs, yeah, we'll try it. Curious. Oh, I already read that one. How'd you come up with the idea? Did you search any? Oh, for this, I'm building it for myself. So for me, I couldn't find any good newsletters, and I wanted a portfolio tracker. There's a few problems I was running into, right? Like, you have multiple brokerages, like let's say you have Fidelity, Schwab. A lot of people do, you know. You might get, you know, from your work, maybe you get some stocks or something. It's going to be another brokerage, and you want to track, hey, all my stuff together. And then I want statistics on how I'm doing, you know, relative to the benchmarks, and I want news and stuff also that's correlated with my stuff, right? Like, it's fine, I can read my Twitter and get the news, but it'd be really nice if I could just very focused 5-minute thing about all the stuff relevant to me and my portfolio, my stuff, and what I care about too. So that's the idea. What I tend to do. UI modern. Yes, good use. Mobile MCP. Interesting. I haven't tried the mobile MCP. Have you actually tried it though? I haven't had any good luck with MCPs in general, so I'm down to try it if like you really tried it and it's really good or something. Because like I've tried a lot now and they were all bad for some reason. I don't know if I like. I don't know if they're any good. I don't know about your guys' experience. I seem to be the only one who's like saying this. No one else is. Everyone else is talking about how good MCPs are, and I try them. I'm like, huh? I don't understand. So confused. Okay, so I'm going to regen it again, and we will see if it works. Wait, could it be a caching, like a browser cache issue? Is that why? That would explain why everything's not working. Ideally, I don't the world at it. It's okay. Very interesting. I think I might know what's going on here. I think it's probably storing it in two separate places. I have to find where the other place... As it says in the logs that it is fetching it, and it fetches some charts in particular. But the charts that I'm looking at look different, so it must be storing it somewhere else too. I'm looking in Firebase right now, trying to figure out. I'll just ask it, what's the path that it's storing? So the current path for where we're storing, where the charts that I'm looking at that are different is, I'm gonna plug it in. That where insights. Oh, okay. I think I found it. Ah, okay. Okay. I think I got it. There was another place I need to delete this collection. And I'm gonna see. It regenerates it. Okay, so it should regenerate it, and we're gonna see what happens. Charizard charts, very rare. Very rare. Need to tell the okay. Really. It'll take a little bit because it's going through the whole thing again, building it. So I'll just let it chill for a little bit. So, by the way, guys, we're making this little Twitter here for this project. We're gonna tweet for the marketing. We're gonna tweet like every day the charts that we're making, and we're gonna put it under the tickers. And we'll probably make stuff for individual companies and try to optimize how many people are viewing this. So this is part of. We got an admin panel here that we use. To send these tweets. So we kind of automated it a little bit, and it makes the tweets. We don't write that. So it's generating the scripts, running them. All right, we generated the charts. Let's see if it worked. Okay, good. This is the right chart. This is also the right chart. Okay. Good. And if I come back, okay, there's a little bug there. I have to go, that's fine. Well, I'm not totally sure if like the entire bug is fixed, because we're going to test, I guess maybe at midnight here. We'll rerun it and we'll see if it chooses the prior chart or if it makes a new chart. And we'll maybe get a good idea. We did delete some code about caching, so that could have fixed it already. I don't think we want to commit this. This is some sort of script. I don't think it's it's fine. We'll commit it. Okay. So I think we can commit. We maybe fixed this little bug here. We made some changes to the research space. And now we can move on to seeing if I refresh the AI analysis, if I'll get Pokemon recommendations for the areas to explore. Last time when I did it, it's because I didn't save. Oh, right, and we did one thing already. So if I make a change here and I reorient this, nice, and I navigate away, perfect, yeah. Okay, that's good. If I come back here, okay, cool. Let's see, why is it, shouldn't be generating it. Oh, the reason it's generating it again is because it's midnight, so yeah. I got into yesterday's, perfect. I think the only thing is we gotta make sure we save the AI analysis each day as well. Okay, one thing. So we want to make sure to save, right now we save today's brief every day, but the AI analysis should also be saved and should be specific for each day. So they can go back and look at prior ones. So you're going to need to store that per user though, right? Because each AI analysis is specific for the user. So it does have to be a different collection there to store it in. And market analysis, but it should work the same way. And we should redesign the UI of this a little bit. So, yeah, we will. I think if it is loading the daily brief, everything else should be gone. Like even if it loaded this first, right? This AI analysis first, it should be all loading probably. Maybe we have something else though that isn't this. I don't know, I have to think about that a little bit. Maybe when it is loading, we just show them portfolio stuff. And then once it finishes, then we'll put after it the brief. Go ahead and stop this because every time it makes a code change, it starts over the brief part. So I'm just going to wait till this finishes. Right, Jules at all? No, I haven't. You. So when you implemented this, it should basically be the whatever AI analysis should be based on the data they selected at the top. So there shouldn't be a separate selection, is there? No coding, just I'm asking a question. Did you make it a separate section? Okay, I'll start it back up now that it stopped coding. So on a current day though, like if there's nothing there, it should just have nothing. For some reason it shows on days even when there's nothing. Like it's a new day and it's showing the AI analysis for the prior day. Any idea? No code, just try to figure out why. I just want to clarify that it's right before it changes. I'm looking at some stuff that Kenna was saying. 30. That's kind of fun, you know. You can generate some stuff like this based on your repo. Just generate some. Granted, it doesn't need to look this good, right? It just needs to communicate to people what it does, or you know, help you understand. Look, cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, it could be. Yeah, date. Well, it's not the server, no. It's the same.
No, love doesn't fade just because you walked away. You closed the door, said it's done, but I'm still here stuck in that last hug. You say it's better this way, that time will wash it.
Okay, yeah, so the portfolio analysis always comes.
Every light I pass, you come back like the past, and it hurts.
Do we have any caching for the your portfolio analysis or something? Because it's always showing up no matter what day, even if it's like, any day that's not now. If there is caching stuff, yeah. So that generation fallback that you have, just remove that, right? Like, let's not cache it. It's fine. Just like get it from Firestore. You don't need to cache anything. We're making a little. Oh, let me change this. This is not my song. We're upselling people, trying to sell them the idea of analyzing their portfolio, right? And for this research tab, everything's loading at the moment. Okay, finished. But we're going to make this section the part where we're giving them AI insights. We're going to charge them for, and then eventually the site's going to evolve into kind of deep dives on certain companies that we know a lot of users have, and we're going to present them with questions that they want the answers to, and we're going to try to upsell them. Like, hey, did you know the company that you own has this particular thing happening, and then it's ... They try to read it for that full analysis of their portfolio holdings is gate kept, but they get a lot of free stuff. They get some analysis per day, which for us it's a one-time charge. We just generate this once per day. We're generating some news, we're generating some data, some scripts, send that to everyone. Personalized stuff is where we start to charge. We'll do portfolio tracking for them, because we want them to enter their stuff in here, because that's kind of sticky. I want to check. So that's the plan. Of different plans. We made a doc about what we're trying to sell to them. Where was it? Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and find that doc so I don't lose it. Sometimes I forget things. I think it's this one. Oh yeah, here it is. This one. I'm gonna save it somewhere. Sure. But yeah, right now it's kind of hard to see the. I mean, we're getting there, but there's. You gotta definitely clean up a lot of stuff to get to where we want to be. Take a while. I want to make sure. By multi-day. Okay, cool. So it did save 2 separate. Making sure the charts are different for each day. Okay. It is clear. Execute. I agree. Let's do it. I see the charts are the same, so I have to still fix this bug. I'm gonna check in that database if it has it correct or not. Okay. See in the database. It seems to be different. I'm trying to figure out why. Okay, I see the top headlines are the same for each of these days, so we're going to try to understand that. So currently we need to, I'm going to put this over here. There it is. So we need to clean up our flow for on a new day. We got to regen all the insights. And we got to create new charts. We have to get the new headlines and store it appropriately. I want you to tell me the current flow, because right now it's not generating. Well, I'm gonna make sure I tell it the right thing. I think it's generating the new charts. I see. I don't see 1206. So right now on a new day. Oh wait, I can test one thing too though. I guess let's start with understanding first. So when we're generating a new market analysis, that includes the questions, that includes the chart. Bring me through the flow of how this works. So we're gonna have to do some old school coding to figure out what is going on here, fortunately. Scanning the internet to pull supports. Exactly, you could definitely do that. There's some APIs and stuff. We're going to switch because right now we're Y-Finance. This is for testing, but they should have some analyst recs and all sorts of things. Maybe we can simplify a little bit of what Also, I'm going to check a few things. Sometimes when we have problems with generations, it's just related to our files have gotten really big. We're sending a lot of context and it kind of messes up. Go ahead and take a look at the It's going Insight service. Oh, that looks good. Okay. Oh, I remember one thing we did. I think I know what's going on. We supplied, I remember we modified how this worked at one point to give it types of patterns of questions. And I think every time it's just using one of these questions now, which is not what we want. We wanted to give it ideas on how to ask these questions, but not to keep running the same questions over and over again. So currently, are we passing in the types of questions that we want? For example, this one question keeps coming up. I'll paste in what it is. I can look for it. It was like pattern, question pattern or something. We have an LLM service. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to remove this for now. Like this one. Yeah, and okay, so we didn't want it to be so strict, right? Like, because we can build custom scripts that are interesting. So we're going to remove just the patterns of questions so we get different types of questions. Granted, we do need a way of choosing which chart to use, which is why we did this originally. I think I'll keep at least 3 of them. Let's change it. These questions do change. The charts don't. I'm checking that they have different scripts saved. So I'm just going to quickly... I'm going to feed this into the AI as to what currently is being saved. It is different, right? Okay, the script looks different, so good. Or wait, though. I have an idea too. I'm going to validate that that's true. If I go to admin page and regenerate the tweets, is it going to create the charts in the database? If so, then it's hooked up to this place instead of front page. That's the problem. Now to fix at least one problem about the chart generation. Oh, hey Jimmy, how's it going? It's Ghana AI. Well, I'm gonna check both of those out. I'll put that in my do here. Probably just gonna lock in for a while to fix this problem that we're having with the charts. There he is. Horrible. Just gonna put it in text doc. Ideas doc or something. Okay, let me see if regenerating the tweets added new charts to the database. Okay, it didn't. Okay, so I think I know what's going on. If it didn't do that, then that means it must be the only thing that's adding the charts to the database is if we click this button down here. It's admin tools. Does this work? No. But delete and regen charts. It deleted one of the charts. Yeah, this is not ideal. Well, good, Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy. Let me remove that for you. Give me votes. So in the market analysis, like when we're generating a market analysis, can you tell me where does the actual chart generation and image flow happen in that process? And right now it's not storing it in the database. The new charts. Is there an inconsistency for how the dates work? That's what I'm thinking is like throughout our code base, it thinks it's an old date for the charts, but for the market analysis, it knows it's the new date. So make sure we're using the right library for the consistent library for getting the date and the time. And it should be like the current server time, right? Because there's an inconsistency in it getting the charts and getting the market analysis. That's my best guess. That kind of makes sense because what is it doing? It's storing in the wrong place, getting the charts in the wrong place for the charts. But the market analysis looks good. So that would make sense that it's like inconsistent, the time. Either that or some caching they added. Okay, let's see here. Ah, we have found it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. 10 p.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. the next day. Chart. The opposite, right? Okay, the way to do this, right, is the front end uses the data on the front end and it sends it. No, that doesn't work. Because each person will have a different date. Obviously. Time. We just have to make it consistent on the back end. That's all that matters. It doesn't really matter what the front end. We can maybe just have it like for the user we only. As long as it's consistent on the back end, though, it's fine. The user thing is just a style thing. Okay, let's just make it consistent on the back end. Everything should use the same time, right? The charts, everything, the market insights, etc. The front end, doesn't really matter that much. As long as it works, like I know roughly. there's no chart. It's getting the charts from the database. Also, it should never trust the user's time, right? When they pass it in from the front end, it doesn't really matter what their time is. We can program that after. So that it's consistent, so at least these two, the chart and the market now. God, there's a lot of dates. Time function. I mean, in a way, this could be a recurring problem, right? So we should probably just make it a place that it knows. Wait, what is it doing? Like, what is that? It's out. Why did you bring in this new library? Why do we need it? I mean, that is kind of like one of the downsides here. Okay, so we just changed that. I'm curious what it will do now. I think it should realize, hey, we don't have the charts anymore. Somehow it doesn't. So it's got to be something. Maybe we're trusting the front end date. Because when I look in the database, we don't have either that or caching. We don't have a 12.6 anymore because it's gone. I'm gonna refresh the charts. Should be nothing. Yeah, Yeah, so that's weird. Still getting the. Unless the backend thinks it's yesterday. Depending on how we did it. How did we do it again? Oh, it's using Eastern time. Well, that'd still mean it's never said. Can you explain, like, right now it's 12:40 a.m. When I load the page, why would I still be getting, and I even refresh the charts, why would I still be getting what's stored in the prior days on the charts daily in the fire storage? Why would I be getting the prior days? Is it likely that it's still some date mismatch thing? What do you think it could be? Like, list potential areas that could be causing the problem. I guess while I wait, I will look through. I should. These are all her routes. Where do we generate new ones? Uses today's date. Oh, the code changes. Wait. No. Oh, this is a local server that's been hot reloaded, so it definitely has changed. What else could it be? Maybe add some logging, I suppose. Hey, cats, how's it going? Working on this. It's an AI financial portfolio tool. I'll show you. So you enter your portfolio, right? You have like a bunch of stocks and stuff, and it'll give you today's analysis. Give you based on your portfolio, and give you news, and will give you questions that are answered with data. And you can ask questions to this chat here, based on, and it knows everything about your portfolio. News, you can like hover over and be like, send a chat. Talk about it. What does this mean? Things like this. It's kind of like a research tool, AI portfolio assistant, and you can put in preferences about like what you want to. That's a component of it. It's very customizable. So you can put in preferences about what you want to see in your daily email / news. Way to save you time. We're going to upsell them on the AI parts of it. However, right now we're working on a pesky little bug related to the timing of things. So the charts are a little weird because it's saving the prior chart for today. Trying to figure out why. It's taking a little bit. Sometimes that's just how it be. You got to figure out. But we will figure it out. Definitely has changed. Okay. We added some extra logging here. We're going to try to understand if I reload the page, we're going to see what time the backend thinks for each of the things, charts, etc. I'll just drag this up. Turn time. Probably okay. Yeah, definitely the backend thinks it's 12:05. Why? If it's Eastern time, that means it'd be 3:04. So let's plug that in. I mean, 4 a.m. 3 hours, 44 minutes. I'm gonna plug that in. I mean, that's the issue, right? Why is it? So if we look at the data here, it appears that the backend thinks it's 12:05, even though it's 12:06 where I am. I'm in, it's 12:45 PST. So what's going on here? I just plugged in. The reason I put it over on the other screen is because it base name. Okay, it says it should generate on the fly. We will see. It does. Yes. Okay, this starts broken, but regardless, it definitely, let's make sure the prior one works though. Ah, no. Okay, that's okay. Remember, it should be based on the, so right now if we go to the prior day, right? Oh, granted, check the database. Okay, it didn't make new charts. I'm gonna refresh. We're gonna delete and regenerate the charts for us. Okay, now here's how it should work, right? The front end passes in the date that they're trying to get the information, right? They're trying to get the chart for a certain time of day, and you need to respect what they say. Like, if they want the charts for 12/6, and you should respect what's where they're sending it from, then you should, you know, if there's no chart available, like nothing. And also remove all caching related to charts. So let's do that first. Can you double check, is there any caching related to charts? We're just gonna remove it. That way we can figure out where the logic is going wrong here. But yeah, just remove all caching related to charts. Here. Okay, while we're waiting, I'm gonna ask another question. So when the user is passing in like, hey, this is the current day I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get the market analysis. I'm trying to get the charts. I want to make sure if they are passing in a date that doesn't have any charts, like let's say we have the market analysis, but no charts are there in the database, it should regen the charts, right? We should have logic that's like, hey, I don't see any charts in the collection. That's number one. Number two, we should believe what the user says. So if they're looking for a chart, we shouldn't say, oh no, it's not actually this time. We should say, hey, the user's trying to find this chart at this date. I mean, these market insights, this at this date, right? So we actually should totally respect what the user is sending. Number three, make sure everywhere in the data in the front end, the date code is consistent, right? It should be the same date everywhere on the front end and time. So make sure there's no inconsistency there. Okay. That maybe should work. We'll see. On this side of things, let's go ahead and work on these buttons like refresh chart, refresh and save chart. Something it's doing right now, it appears to be the flow there totally doesn't make sense, right? Like it's just not working at all. So if they click refresh and save chart, what that means is that it needs to rerun the scripts, right? Rerun the scripts that have been generated by market analysis for that day that they're on the front end page. Like we need to make sure to respect what day they're on the front end page for all of these admin buttons, right? Number one. Number two, again, always respect what the user's sending you, right? If they want to find, specifically regarding the date, right? If they want to find charts given a given date and a market analysis given date, you respect what they say, right? There'll be different time zones, etc. Okay, I think that makes sense. So we're fixing the admin buttons on one, and the other we're working on the back end to try to add logic about there's no chart, even if we have a market analysis, regen the chart. Right? Which is a little bit less flaky. Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, I'll wait till the button's finished too, and then we'll retry. I think there's a chance that works. Reasonable chance. We did generate some design stuff too. I think I'm just gonna totally focus on this stuff. Once we finish this, then we'll do design stuff. Okay, worth a shot. Let's go ahead and see. We're gonna reload. Interesting. So I understand why it's doing this, because it's a new day. So it doesn't have any data about benchmarks for today. That kind of makes sense. So now we're gonna delete and regen charts. I'm gonna go ahead and look database here. So I'm gonna look at the database to see if it actually has this script. It should though. Okay, I think I know what's going on. So I need you to log what the front end is sending as far as dates, as it appears to not be. It must be using UST or something, sometime that isn't mine. Right? So we need to log the dates that we're sending when we're doing the regen charts from DB, delete and regen charts. We could actually just probably do that ourselves, but we'll let it do it. Right? Let's put it in the back end though. That's fine, I guess. This is the requested date. So. Okay, we'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and click this and see. So delete and regen charts. Exactly. So the front end date is wrong. That is the problem. It is using UTC or something. Something that's not my date. So currently on my computer, right? It is EST. It is 12:59 a.m. 12:06. So you need to look on the front end on the button, since it is. I'm gonna double check. Not clear actually. Oh no. The button is sending the right time to the user. Try anti-gravity. Yeah, I'm rate limited on anti-gravity at the moment. I'll try. Oh, actually no, I changed account, so I think it works. The front end is using the date from Firestore. Okay. I think we finally got it. Just a date inconsistency thing. It's kind of annoying. All right, cool. So if we change all these, then I think these should all be synced. And then I think it should work. Then we can style. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I could use anti-gravity for Cloud Opus, but I already paid for it. I'm stuck with it. I'd probably hit the limit anyway. The rate limit anyway. I am doing the subscription. Feeling nice. Yeah, we're kind of in the same boat. Sometimes I work on multiple, but sometimes I just try to do multiple things on the same one. What you building, cats? All right, let's try this. Hope it works. This one should fail. Let me take a look at the... Okay, good. Now if I go back one day, will it get the right charts? No. But if I click the button, it might. But it doesn't help that these two questions are very similar. But we can figure out if it's right by the date. Okay. Let me see what it sent because it's actually the... So do it over here. This one. Okay, so the situation here is we refresh the charts. We're still getting the prior day's charts. But I'm gonna, before I, oops. Yeah. Can you figure out what from the logs here is happening? So it's 12.6, we're getting 12.5's charts. Why is it? Gotta still be related to somehow, some date is incorrect here. Okay, I think I see problem. So right now it's right now what it's doing is it seems like it has some fallback, right? Because it's getting the 12.5 charts, and if the 12.5 charts don't exist because there's only 2 of them, it gets the 12.6 chart. So that logic is totally whack. There's something really strange here. Point me to what's going on here. Again, there must be some date inconsistency and some weird fallbacks. We should not be doing a fallback any other day to just show it doesn't exist out there. Yeah, we're gonna have to clean that up. Not very good logic, whatever's going on there. It was probably, I think, like my diagnosis of this, when we were building the generate tweets, we kind of created some weird, like, 2 different things going on. Like, because the tweets were also generating charts, and here was also generating charts. So it's like 2 probably different paths that we created, which makes it confusing. So we need to go in and kind of clean it up. It should have just been this page is generating the charts, right? We don't need 2 pages to generate the charts. They're all the same charts. Different areas, right? Of the code. Okay, so it says it found it. We will be the judge of that. Okay. Ah. We have got it, I believe. Let me double check. Yes. Perfect. Okay, now go back. There should only be 2 charts. Yes, we have completed it. Sometimes it's like the dumbest things take forever. It found some other date inconsistency. Yay. That was annoying. I'm gonna make sure before I commit. So right now we're getting the right charts with the questions. That's what we were trying to do, in case anyone was wondering, who's watching. And we wanted to make sure they're saved for each day, which they were, but there was some date inconsistencies between the front end and back end. The whole thing was kind of wacky. Probably is, again, like I said, some still weird logic going on. Let me change the song again. I live in Washington, in the US. We'll probably switch these streams. Okay, I'm just gonna double check. Questions change as well, but I believe they do. Yeah, okay. Nice. Good. Now I'm going to commit that. I'm going to remove all the logging though, I think. Well, we'll keep it for now because we might need it, but because it might happen. One flow we haven't tested is just regenning the whole thing again and making sure everything is stored correctly. We'll test that maybe tomorrow. I think we fixed, at least now when we regen the charts, it's doing the right stuff with the admin tools, so we can at least understand a little better if it happens again, what's happening. The problem was this time everything was broken, right? The buttons for the admin tools were broken, then all the dates were wrong. So it's just a lot of stuff that like kind of made it confusing what was going on. Fix annoying chart date bug thing. So like we would click refresh the chart and it just would, it wasn't taking into account this state here. So it's just not doing the right thing. Okay. Cool. So now we can do the styling stuff, which will be when at least one payable feature is ready, launch the product, then you may update. Yeah, I agree. I don't want to be too... I think I'll probably spend max 2 weeks before shipping, right? I think we're about a week. I'm going to count it as a week because I wasn't really working on it very hard for a few days. So probably we're definitely gonna like deploy it within probably tomorrow, but like that everything's hooked up and that we're actually marketing definitely that's conservative, right? Like definitely just in a few days, probably like 3 days, 4 days. Because we need to get feedback and kind of, I'll give it to people that I know too and see what they think. And see if we can get any customers. That'd be pretty cool. 2 weeks is okay, yeah. Yeah. What about you, Raise Baba? Like, how long do you usually take for each of your ideas? You also try to limit it, maybe like a few weeks or something? So last time we plugged in to Gemini, we plugged in a bunch of design things and it created a design critique stock. So let's go ahead and just run an experiment. So make all the changes that you recommended and just do it on the today's brief to start, because we're gonna take a look. You know, I would implement so they made a recommendation. Right, it was crisp editorial. I think crisp editorials look. Never use marketing. Yeah. Cool. Sounds good, man. Less than a week. Yep. So how do you go about your SEO stuff? What do you do? Writing like blogs or something? I guess you told me that it was Astro. One of these. Astro. Yeah, it was Astro, I think you said, right? I guess if we launch this as an app too, maybe like a mobile app, focus on how we would go about marketing that as well. I think keywords make sense, like you said. Okay, sounds good, man. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I saved it from before, but I'm not working on an app at the moment. But once we turn this to an app, then I have your stuff saved for the products you said you're using. Definitely once we do that. Sense. I think I'm gonna add some analytics to this page. Oh, not yet, actually. Wait till I guess we can cross out one thing that we did. Here it is. We already got the, but it's a little buggy, so I won't cross this out yet. Let's zoom in on the chart. Sign in. Officially got it. Wait, I gotta follow my Oh. Oh, cool. Changed a lot of things. Like it. Some of it is good though, for sure. Look at a before and after maybe. Right. You put the your portfolio here. I'm gonna do a before and after real quick. For some reason it removes some things. I like the, okay, so everything after this part, good. I kind of like how it changed the text. Can you, so that your portfolio section, first of all, let's completely redesign it in the same theme, but right now a lot of the spacing is weird. And also, this, keep in mind, this is an upsell area, right? Where like, this is going to be their AI analysis of their portfolio. So with that in mind, make the coloring like make sense, I suppose, right? Should maybe pop a little bit, but it should still. Also, you for some reason you remove some of the AI analysis when you expand it, so kind of rename it a little bit and make it clear what that is. And the portfolio, like their portfolio performance, should be out of that section, right? It should be their own section, your portfolio, and then you have this AI analysis section, and then you have the market briefing and things like that. 3 separate sections. So we redo this, but keep this part. This part is, I think it looks better. It's a little easier to read. We fix this. I think that could work. While we wait, we can maybe we could run our tool that we made earlier. Waiting file here. Matthew's really slow right now. Wait, where did it go? Didn't I send a chat? I feel like that happens sometimes. I mean, I definitely sent a chat. I remember sending it. So where did it go? It's really weird. Okay, so we want to redesign the your portfolio section. Keep in mind this is an upsell. This should kind of pop, but it shouldn't be too long. It should be very. You should take components of the AI analysis that are relevant to the user. Oh, we're not doing that part yet. Yeah, we're just gonna keep the same content for now. Just redesigning. Shouldn't be too long. Up. So the your portfolio section, like the part where it says the numbers, that part's good, right? Like how you did, etc. But your AI portfolio analysis, that stuff should be redesigned. The spacing is weird. It just doesn't look right. Everything after, like the market pulse, that stuff looks good. But I want you to create 3 separate sections, like your portfolio, how your portfolio did, that's on the top. The AI analysis of your portfolio, that needs to make it clear that it's an AI analysis, first of all. There's no real title there. Those should be 2 separate sections. And then redesign and make sure, because you remove some sections for some reason with the AI analysis, so add, make sure all of the AI analysis is there, that's present. And you don't need to change the styling on the market pulse. So this should be like a separate section right at the top here. This part. And analysis. Wait a second, it's missing more stuff too. Yeah. I don't like what it did. I'm not a stash, because it's just like removing stuff. It's stash. Because if we look, we also have the news. Right, we got news. We got a lot more stuff. And Gemini 3. But, wait, see how long this file is. Just like huge or something. What's the should be the app. Okay, it's definitely getting bigger. That could be part of the issue here, for sure. Go ahead and separate these into separate components. Or add some use. Let's go ahead and refactor app.tsx. I'll just attach. Let's go ahead and refactor this file. Our main goal is to refactor it so that way it is a much smaller file. Go ahead and give me a logical refactoring. No code yet, just give me the plan. This is a necessary part. Make sure. I think the the reason why it left out a bunch of parts is just because the file is too big, so the context got screwy. Okay. We do not do this, then generations won't be good on this page. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So a lot of tech debt today, the last 3 hours here has been, you know, the first 5 hours, so we made a cool tool, but we've just been kind of fixing, you know, the bug there, and we're gonna do this refactor. And after this, maybe we can do the style thing. We'll try it again once we do the refactor, because I think that'll make quite a big difference. At least in my experience, it has in the past, so I think it's probably the same situation. Yeah, I would not be surprised. I'm gonna check these other files while we wait. Getting longer. This one will take a while, this refactor here. What else can we do while we wait here? I guess we can work on the portfolio chart thing. It's another bug, right? I think I'm gonna wait on that one. I already worked on. Oh, we can do some small things. Tomorrow we'll fix this bug with the chart. We kind of have to figure out how this works a little better. I guess we could test with a non-admin account. I'll test that real quick. So I'll log in on something else. No. Okay, so there's some small bugs we can fix here. So user shouldn't be able to enter the. Oh, cool. So when you first log in with a new account, it's going to give you this stuff, I guess. I don't know if that really makes sense actually for. A little bit. Oh. Okay, so everything is just restricted to admins. We'll fix that. So when the user signs out, user should be redirected back to the home page. So I'm just going to test something. If I sign out, I reload, can I access this? Okay, shouldn't be able to. Also, if someone signs out, for some reason they can still access the today's brief page. So that tells me that they're still signed in, because it should be blocked. So have you actually implemented the sign out using the Firebase yet? Using Firebase, the Firebase. But I'm gonna wait because I don't want to cause some con. I'll be right back. I'm gonna.
街の明かりは遠くに消えて緩やかに昇る空の道夜の気流が小さく揺れて君の名前をつぶやくの雲をすり抜け星の世界に心の果てで待っていて夢見る翼は夜を飛ぶ雲の波間揺れながら
Back to the Japanese. Okay, so we did a little bit of a refactor here. See if everything still works. I'm gonna go ahead and log in. Okay, looks... Oh, where are the charts? Oh, there they are. Cool. It says it's loading. Portfolio analysis. Some bug with that. Wouldn't be surprised. Or do we make sure to oh, looks like we didn't start up the back end, which is important. I don't know why we turned it off. I want to make sure. Oh no, it's loading. Just printing a shit ton. Why is it resetting everything? It's a lot of logs, bro. That's in some sort of glitch state. Go ahead and stash those changes then, because that's not ideal. And sometimes you want to do these refactors just in sections rather than trying to do it all in one go. As let's check that. I'm gonna restart everything. Very cool. Everything still works. Good. About our refactor, there was probably some components of there that we still have these files here, right? That we've created. And what we're gonna do is just maybe bring in one section at a time. Essentially, like we saw that there was an issue with it loading the portfolio, right? So let's just bring that part into our, because it refactored that out of app.tsx. So we'll just take it out one bit at a time to figure out what the problems are there. So we went ahead and undid, so now we have app.tsx, but we still have the new files you created. So I want you to start with just integrating app.tsx. So just this one part of the refactor, we're just going to do this just to test. I remember, you know, when we were working on that game a long time ago, it was always the refactors too. That you do a large refactor, you can run into some issues that you kind of just have to get one by one. But we could run a lot of agents probably at the same time. But I'm probably just gonna one by one. The reason I did this use insights first is because I know the use insights, I saw that it was having some problems on that refactor. I'm going to test if it just does this, if it will work. Okay, looks good to me. So this one generated pretty quick. So if I scroll through, it looks all good. But I think I removed the button for the, oh no, it's here. Okay, that was not a huge change. That is okay. Some changes. Makes sense though. Now let's add a few more. What else could it have been that caused the issue that we saw? Maybe use portfolio data. I'm gonna do all the UI stuff. So we still have all the files you created, you know, all those hooks that you created. Let's go ahead and do all of them, all the UI, well, not the UI ones, the market, I'll just list them, right? All the ones that we think wouldn't have problems. Out of all the hooks you created, what would be the ones that reduce this file size the most of app.tsx? So look at the hooks you created for this refactor. Which ones will cause the biggest impact? Okay. It's a portfolio data answer. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, let's do the use portfolio data and use date navigation. We'll bring those two, refactor those two. So those files still exist. So just, you know, do what you need to do to integrate the two. Hey, Hunter, okay. Not yet. Maybe tomorrow. We're doing some boring stuff, but it's good we're doing it late at night because there's no one paying attention. They're all sleeping. We're just refactoring because this file too big causes problems. Too big. But refactors take a while. The time there. It is 1:51 a.m. and I'm definitely gonna sleep after this. I think I will start streaming at 7 to 9 a.m. going forward, like my time. So I don't know what that is for you. EST. More in that range. Because I'm switching it because I think most people don't really, you know, time doesn't really work with them. Oh, fine. Yeah. But I like it. Okay, so oh, it's still here. I thought I keep interrupted it. I was like, that's annoying. 11:52 a.m. Okay, so you're east then, right? Are you in Hawaii or something? You in Hawaii? Oh yeah, you're in Hawaii, huh? Right? Either that or some other island. I don't. That's cool. Oh, South Africa. Oh, right, you told me that before. Was it someone else? Maybe someone else. That's cool. My neighbor is South African. Oh, okay. So we learned something important. Because So our refactor failed, right? And it's probably the use portfolio data is the one that when we added it, it started, granted, it is still running. So I'm maybe going to go ahead and let it finish, and then I will make my judgment. Where is he from? I have no idea. I haven't really talked with him very much. He seems like a nice fellow. How do you like it there? It's like very pretty mountains and stuff. Zane beaches. Let me check. South Africa. Oh yeah. That's Cape Town. That's cool. I feel like there's not many places that have like mountains right next to the water. Okay, so it finished. We're gonna go ahead and rerun it. I think it's gonna run into some issues, and then we will undo the last part. Specifically the use portfolio data. And then we're gonna do all the refactoring except the use portfolio data. It's just probably gonna spaz out for a while. See. Oh, the front end stop as well. I don't understand. Why is it just loading? There's no logs or anything. My internet down or something? I have all three. Town is Georgetown. Oh, gotcha. Open plains, mountains. That's cool. Sounds like a lot of fun. Get kind of everything, right? Got the city. You guys probably have rural areas too. Really weird. I don't know why it's just free. It's like not even loading anything. Why would it do that? Oh, it's probably some browser cache. Try another browser. Or... Okay, yeah. Put in that. Oh, cool. It actually loaded, so I guess the refactor was successful? Question mark. I'm gonna sign in though, make sure. Might not be once I sign in. I'll just clear the cache here so I can I guess I gotta do it. I'm gonna do it. I want to make sure. I'm gonna finish this refactor before I start up. Start off with fun things. Okay, so the good news is I successfully logged in, and I need to check if it's glitch. Okay, it's glitching out. So it's kind of what we thought. We just undo the last thing. Okay, so can you undo that last refactor? Don't, for the use portfolio data, we're not going to integrate that one yet. So undo that one, but keep the integration that you've done with the use date navigation. That's fine. Just that one, so because it caused some problems. Actually, you know what? Let's just try to fix it instead of undoing it, because you'll, you know. Oh, you can't see? Let me check. What can't you see? We're just fixing it glitches out, I'll show you. And by glitching out, it just means it just loads forever, and then in the back end, it just spams out a bunch of stuff, because it's like having some error. Because we did a refactor, particular section. Probably just stop loading this. Okay, and that makes sense. What the problem was is duplicate use effects. So what that does, creates being like an infinite loop or something. Particular kit. Let's see if we fixed it. So now it's not getting the, it just says, even though we have a portfolio. So when you did that integration, it's not quite right. Try to figure out why. That doesn't work, this chat. I'm just gonna undo that particular part. Yeah. This is just something you gotta do sometimes. When the files get too big, you gotta refactor them out. You should try to do it early. I kind of waited a little too late. So now it's a little, gotta go about it a little slower. Nope, still no. Try again. So take a look at the, the flow there and compare it to what it was before. So somehow, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, I'll give it one more try, just for fun. But then I'm gonna undo it because undo this part. It's trying to refactor out into another page, another component. I mean, look. Should have a queue. What? Likely a bug in React? Doubt it. Okay, yeah, we're undoing that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so we know it's this particular thing. That's good. I'm not. What should I do? I think I'm gonna just discard it. Now we know what particular. This is a caching thing? Hold on, I'm gonna delete my cache. Okay. I'm gonna check the database. I wonder if something did it. Hope not. Like my stuff. Oh, because it's there because we saw it. I don't know if it did, but. Before I do that, let me just dash the changes. I'll just do it. We stash it. reason my Firestore is taking forever to load. And what is going on? Okay, finally loaded. Okay, so it is still in storage. Gotta be a caching thing. Because we just undid all the code changes. Oh, unless it deleted maybe the AI analysis part, like has the holdings, but not the end. I guess I can just force refresh the AI analysis. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it for today. I think basically we just have a bunch of things that we're gonna retry this refactor tomorrow. I might do it offline, just refactor this file. I need to force refresh the AI analysis part, so I'll fix that button. But I think overall, we fixed some technical debt, but we made some cool tools at the beginning. But yeah, I think I'm gonna head out, and I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, that's from my calculator, Derek. You can check it out. It's oh, my camera's weird, but it's called Inflation Calculator on iOS. Technically, the right term is not ARR because it's not a subscription, but it's roughly what I've earned every year for a couple years now. So let's call it that. I probably won't going forward though. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna head up. See you guys. Sorry, I'll get the refactor done. It's too hard. It's